No worries. The last time I did this, we were talking about Alcatraz, and he had so many problems, and I had so many problems. We just could not get anything to connect. The sound would work, and then there was no video, and then there was video, and then there was no sound, and it was just
constant. Yeah. A small price to pay for people to connect, being on different parts of the world.
Exactly. We're talking about the other side of the world, and I see that you look like you are drinking something far more interesting than what I'm drinking.
No, it's not that. I'll drink that. The interesting part starts after the interview is over, because I will come up and make some theories if I'm drinking the interesting stuff that I won't even remember after that. So, but I have to assure you that all of the theories that we're going to discuss and all of the crazies, this is not a product of imagination or some substances. I mean, people really believe in their theories. All of us are crazies without any help of any substances. We don't need that.
I totally believe that. And I actually got up early this morning and I rewatched the Expedition Unknown episode when you guys went to the pass. And the one thing you said and I want you to know that this has become part of my family's regular everyday list of things we quote and say. At one point you say, the more you hear, the weirder it gets. And I want you to know that not only is that true in this case, but we use your saying all the time in my family. And yeah, it really is
and when I said it, it was just the beginning of the journey. I didn't have a theory. I didn't know anything. Back then, when I said it, it was theoretical for me. I was just, I knew the document. I kept reading the documents, and I knew that deep there in the taiga, there is some location that all this happened. But I was not even dreaming of what happened to the next expeditions with me. I mean, the involvement, the deepness of the involvement. And I have to give it to Josh Gates that he had some intuition, good feeling that I will do things, because back then I was like a book mouse. I was only dealing with documents, and I did the site, and he knew that I had never been to the past. So he kind of, I'm so grateful that he made it as if the whole expedition was to make my dream come true, which actually to me was a big, big thing. I completely changed from that expedition. I believe that my involvement is real, that I can make a difference. Josh Gates made me believe in myself that I can help. Because before that, I was just doing it so I can have a cool collection of rare archives and stuff, and people are going to talk to me and come to the site, and it was a completely different experience. After that, when I saw the location, I knew back then that the days that we had with Expedition Unknown on the pass are absolutely not enough for me for everything to sink in. But I didn't expect that this is going to become some lifelong obsession. When I decided I'm going to write the book, this was because when you are an author of the book, they look at you differently. You have some clout, you have some weight, you have some people respect you. They can actually put a label on you. What are you? You are not just a researcher or some obsessive, Dyatlov obsessive. You're an author of the book. But my motivation to publish the book was so I can make people, show them how to read through all of the information, because we have too much information about all this. Usually the mysteries are about people missing, facts missing, so we have to fill in the gaps or something like that. And about this case, we have too much information. I also said that and as you quote, the more you read, the weirder it gets, because you don't stop at what you can fit in one article. I have helped so many authors, journalists to write articles, and they just the editor keeps cutting, cropping, and they can't fit in one article what you could say about this case to portray how the texture. It's not broad strokes, it's not filling blanks, it's actually the dossier. It's not a file, it's a basement with boxes, with documents. There's so many, and we have access to them, and the more we read them, we believe that there are that many more that we cannot find. They're either classified or lost, or just stolen, or for keepsake, or just to destroy it. I mean, so many theories about why can't we find all of the things. And I'll tell you, they're very particular things. I'm not thinking about this case in symbolism, like, oh, KGB, or they're capable of everything, they torture, they were secrets, government, they in the state secret, in the name of the secret, they could sacrifice lives, and they could kill, they could cover up, they could do. No, we're having very particular things that we're looking for, not the broad strokes, not witness that could help us. We need to find why are things missing. Maybe the things are not so important what it said in them, but where are they? Who messed up? Who tampered with the evidence? Who had access to actually still hide these things? I started a list of things that we are missing from the documents. I'm not talking about cameras. We all know, as you said, I mean, I'm quoting you, where are the cameras? Because all of the, we have so many photos for the
Yes.
audience that haven't gone through all of the pictures and everything. We have too many films and negatives, but what's interesting is that we have photos that sequentially, and as we see the same people in the same poses, with the same clothing and everything, the scenery is the same, but they're not part of any negative. So where is the negative? Where is the film? Also,
and Teddy, for me, the camera thing, it's the thing I keep coming back to. They know everyone had a camera. There are so many pictures, like you said, so many pictures were taken. You have evidence of all those pictures. And
I have to correct you, but Marianne, you are dealing here with someone that is going to could correct you in every step, because this is important. We don't know that everyone had a camera. We don't know that, because there is no list of cameras. But we know that, for example, some of them seem to have 2 cameras. What we know, and when we say the missing cameras, you're right, but not because we knew that all of them had a camera, because even Yuri Yudin didn't know that, but because Rakitin made, this is the thickest book in Russia, although I don't care about his theory, because I mean, the book is thick because he's talking a lot about geography, history, politics, and everything. It's like the encyclopedia of the era at that time. Not that much about the Dyatlov case, but he does go into details. By the way, Rakitin is not one man. There is no one person with that name. It's just there are 40 people that are writing this book, and the rest of their books are fiction. They're like Space Cowboy and things like that, but they did a very good job with the Dyatlov Pass. And in his book, I read it in details, he makes a psychological analysis of the photos, who took the photos, and when they were taken. Like, we don't have the metadata when the pictures were taken, like GPS coordinates or the timestamp or anything like that. We just have films. And when they were taken, he means when you compare what we have are 6 film rolls. They're not even inside the camera. Some of them may be inside the cameras, but most of them are outside the cameras. So at the end of the day, we have 6 negatives, and we're trying to piece them together, which photo was taken after which photo. And then on top of that, we have surfaced on in the internet a lot of very important photos that we don't have a negative for, that they were taken. We can put some of them in sequence when we compare the location, the people inside the frame and things like that. But there are some very important photos. For example, let even know the prosecutor at the time, that he made his conclusion. When did they put the tent? It's not visible even if what they're doing, they're digging up the snow. You can't even tell who the people are, but I mean, the first time we saw this photo is in sports club albums. Someone developed this, printed this photo. We don't have the negative of this photo, but we decided that this is this group, this is the Dyatlov group. And based on this print of a photo, Lev Ivanov decided when they pitched the tent, which we don't see in the photo, and that's why he concluded that they were late, they put the tent in the wrong place, and that's why they died, that it's their fault. But this photo, it's not on any of the films. And I want to get to the point why you are right. They're missing cameras because some of the photos from the films that we have and the prints that we don't have film for are taken at the same time, and we know which cameras were in which hands at that particular moment, and we don't see the camera that took that print out that we don't have a film for. It's very convoluted, but every time when someone says a phrase, this is what's taking me 12 years, because some people, I read some people say, I read for 3 months this case and now I'll tell you what happened. Well, I'm listening because, you know, I'll be very interested, and I'm not saying I'm genius, but I cannot figure out for 12 years, and the more I know, the more we're, you know, you have to know the details. For example, when someone says they all have cameras, immediately I go and I check, maybe they did. So I go through what we have nowadays is the protocol of what was found inside the tent and what was found. See, that's the thing. The bodies were found with a difference of 2 months in time. And the second group of bodies, Lev Ivanov, the investigator at the time, kind of he lost interest. This is the other strange thing about the case, that this is interpreted like someone ordered him to stop the case, to stop investigating, digging up, that it looked like they're no longer interested in investigating and finding out the truth. So he closed the case. He didn't film the bodies. He didn't make pictures of the last 4 bodies, the most interesting traumas in this case, which were kind of had to be crying because it's foul play. They were broken in a way that they can, there's nothing around the bodies that could explain these traumas, like a fall from very high, or a boulder, or a car. Even the forensic pathologist, he explained that the trauma is not falling on your own body weight, like you tripped and you fell and broke your skull, cave in your skull, or just flattened your rib cage or something like that. He said no, even someone with like a stone, like just with the object, couldn't inflict these wounds, couldn't make this trauma. This is a high velocity. This is what he wrote down in the autopsy report. So this is a high velocity trauma, which means something which moved very fast crushed them, because they're particular the symptoms about this type of trauma. You don't have bruises or bleeding or something outside on the skin. You're kind of outside. There is nothing to indicate the bone soup that's inside the body. This is if someone jumps or falls from a high floor, or a car being hit by a car, something like that. They had this kind of trauma, and they were in a creek, in a ravine, in nothing around explained these injuries. So, and the investigator at the time didn't make pictures of the bodies, didn't make a protocol. What was they in their pockets, not even their clothing. This was made in the morgue by the same pathologist who examined the first body. So we don't have anything of the like a case file worthy, investigation worthy for the court, let's say, from the scene where the last bodies were found. So let's get back to the cameras. Where were the cameras?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what we have now.
So there were many cameras, but and this is another thing. I'm glad you told me that, because I had read in another article elsewhere that was the survivor, the 10th member, had said they all had cameras. So there were multiple cameras, but they didn't necessarily belong to each individual person. Is that a more accurate?
Yuri Yudin, he changed his, well, maybe, yes, he first said something, how many cameras were there in the group, and then he changed that number to something else. But
Okay.
the phrase is not everybody had, like Kulevatov didn't have, who else? Doroshenko didn't have. They were very, I mean, Doroshenko was poor, Kulevatov was not, but
Right.
not everybody brought a camera. Because first, some of them didn't have the means to own a camera, and second, they were sharing a lot. Like back then, you don't make a selfie, you give your camera to someone to make a picture of you. That's why it's so difficult to actually say which camera belonged to who and which picture was made. I mean, it's not a picture, a whole film. This film was made with whose camera? And also, we don't know, besides maybe, see, those are grown-up people, so they didn't live with their relatives, but they were not married yet. So we don't have the witness of the spouse or the parent to say whose camera is whose. And Yuri Yudin didn't, I mean, he was in, first of all, he was in a shock. Secondly, because everyone was looking at him like they were ahead of making stories when he even learned that his friends are missing and dead. So he was in a shock, and he was stuttering.
Horrible for him.
It's horrible, and because everybody was looking at him as if he knew something, or almost like, well, it's the blame of the the guilt of the survivor, right? So he himself was punishing himself enough. He didn't need anyone to look at him as if he knew. Nowadays, the movies, even the modern contemporary movies, are for him that being the monster that killed them or knew something, and that's why he turned back. This is so not of character of Yuri Yudin. But anyways, he was really confused because everyone was watching at him and asking questions like, whose is this? What happened? Where was it? And what they presented him with first were the bodies, and he was, there are witnesses. I'm not making up. Now you have to, I mean, I hope that nothing I said is not, I can back it up with witness testimonies or sources of why I'm saying that, because there is enough of that around the world. Everybody says something and no one can trace it back to the source. So I'm trying to keep my sources and speak only what I can back up. So he was presented with the bodies, and their witnesses, the nurses, that saw him crying outside the morgue. So he was really in a bad shape. He was shaken up. And next thing, they bring the backpacks with the items of the dead friends that he had. But they used the backpacks, and this is also protocol. What they did with the tent when they found it on the slope, inside, some people say, oh, here were well, first of all, how they found the tent. It was snowed in, right? So Tempalov at the time, not even Lev Ivanov, he made some additional cuts to the ones that already existed, that later on will turn out to be made from the inside. So when they picked inside, we have two type of recollections. And we're talking about people 90-year-old today that there are two types. Some repeat what they were told because they were in the area and they were talking around the campfire at night. There was a lot of talk. So some of them actually adopted the what other people saw and said they saw. So not all of them actually saw it with their own eyes, but they said inside the tent, everything was aligned this way. That's why we believe their heads were there, their legs were there. And other people say that everything was crumpled into a big ice, kind of a rock, that nothing could be actually taken apart. They had to take chunks of all this stuff to
All kind of frozen together.
They were frozen together, so it was in a big pile inside. This is very interesting, because how did they leave? Did they leave suddenly, leaving everything in order, or was there some kind of a, did someone else go inside after them, or did someone else put the tent even there? So it would be very interesting to know how the tent looked from the inside, but we don't know that, because what happened the next day, first it was a shock, right? They found the tent, no one inside. Then it started to sink in that they found all of the clothing and the shoes and the skis. So, and
it's not going to end well if all of
no. And it has
again.
been a month, so it started to sink in. So they were depressed really, and not thinking very clearly, because they took some items and they ate the food from the tent and drank up the alcohol that was found inside. So I mean, they didn't expect crime, otherwise that's a crime scene, right? So
yeah, you're basically tampering. You took their flask and drank their vodka. You have now tampered.
We don't even know if it's a vodka. I'll tell you what happened to me this year. So I know better now that to say vodka. I'll tell you.
Okay.
It's not vodka.
Not vodka. Okay.
Yeah. So what happened back in 59 is that they started digging out the snow. This is the next day after they found the tent. So they started clearing the snow, and then they went inside the tent and took everything, all of the items out. There are pictures of that. I'm not making this up. This is also explained in the testimonies, but also there are pictures of that. So they took everything out, flattened the tent, and then they moved all of the items in a pile on top of the tent. And then what they did is they used the backpacks, filled the backpacks with items for transportation. And this is how Yuri Yudin was given the items, inside backpacks that they don't belong in. So it was a complete mess.
So everything just got thrown together. Everything could be anybody's at all.
But the worst thing is that they gave Yuri Yudin the backpack. So when he was presuming that when he's taking out things that they belong to the person whose backpack that is. But he didn't really, we don't rely on his identification of all of the items, but more the weight was given to the identification of the parents who knew the sweaters and the jackets and the other items, because, or the roommates or someone else, because if you don't live with this person and you left the trek at the third day, you may not know all of the items that were brought with his comrades, right? How do you know all of that? And then he saw Zolotaryov for the first time on the platform on the train station. How can he know what has Zolotaryov in his backpack? So he doesn't know. He even confused his own vest, because it wasn't even his vest. Someone gave a vest to Yudin, and he gave it to some of the members of the Dyatlov group. And he first said that he gave it to Dyatlov, then it turned out that he gave it to Doroshenko or something like that. It's on. So even he didn't guess right away the right answer because of the condition he was in, and other things he just wasn't sure in, and he was under pressure because if he hesitated, people think that he has a guilt, he's hiding something. I mean, what? But he consistently kept saying things that because no one could put in any context, they were ignored. He found several items that he said they do not belong to any one of the group. Like one was the cloth that the soldiers used to wrap around their inside the boots. It's called putti, something like that. The soldiers use it instead of socks. Another thing was some Mansi type of, not sure if it belonged to the Mansi, but there were some bands and some items he said he had never seen. That still doesn't mean anything. But what kind of got my attention, and I don't know why other people don't see it and find it interesting, is in the same article, in the same witness testimonies, and later on he wrote in his notebook that was found in his apartment after he died, and Komsomolskaya Pravda wrote that. I even asked for a scan of this notebook where he wrote. He said the following: when he was identifying the bodies, he said, well, supposedly they were walking for a mile in socks down these stone ridges that were so sharp that this is my comment now. A lot of people believe that they tripped and they actually killed themselves on these sharp rocks because they're sticking out. No matter how much snow drift, always in that place, it's blown away. So they're sticking out, these stones. You can see them on the Discovery Channel. They're always sticking up. They even had their names. This is the fourth ridge, the third ridge. So this is how we measure how further down the slope, the distances that they have, the second, the third, the fourth ridge, stone ridges. This is how we identify where the flashlight was found and the ridges. So he says, Yuri Yudin says, why are their feet so clean and no wounds on them? I mean, if you are watching,
that's a huge inconsistency.
If you find a body all covered with, the mud and blood and foam and everything, and your feet are clean, doesn't it tell you that it was a body dump?
Yes. And, and I read some of those things, and I'm a skier, okay? I love to ski. And I will tell you that I have taken bad falls. And I'm wearing, more modern clothing when I'm skiing. And I am certainly not caught up in any kind of, windstorm or avalanche or anything like that. I'm just falling due to, I just lost balance or jumped over something, whatever. And I know I have gone down hard. And between the snow and the little icy, gritty bits that are sometimes mixed in with the snow, even through my clothing, my gloves, I have come up with massive brush burns. I have come up with major bruises. And when you're falling down a slope, I'm sorry, but your arms you're all over the place. You're all over the place. So the places that you're going to have really, where I had, just personally, where I had the most significant damage, it wasn't to my torso. It was to my arms. It was, one time I thought I broke my ankle. I mean, brush burns and bruising. And, I thought I broke fingers once. But it doesn't seem, and please correct me if because I've got so many different things that I've read, it all kind of blurs after a while. It doesn't seem like there's a whole huge amount of extremity limb type injuries that would be consistent with tumbling down a hill, either because you're running or because you're caught up in an avalanche or even a snow slab type avalanche. It doesn't seem to me that I'm seeing that.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that, I mean, is that fair to say that that's kind of a
Yeah,
red
but
flag?
people when they make up the theories, I mean, that includes me. I lived for 10 years without having a theory on my own, and I didn't favor any theory, and I was so happy. Those were the good times. Because I have to tell you, people are divided of who believes in some theories and the people that bust the theories, and those look very smart and we look like idiots because we have to answer all of the questions, right? And if it wasn't a strange cold case, we wouldn't be asking questions 65 years after the event. So something weird happened, and it's not easy. It's not easy. You know, this year, let's jump to this year, modern times. I went with the best researchers. When I said the best, that means no tourism, no selfies. No one cares about being on the pass for, I don't know. I'm having even hard time. I'm to make some articles on my own. I'm asking questions like, how many times have you been during the summer, during the winter? How can you explain this particular expedition in one sentence? And they're like, ah, I, I don't care. I didn't count. I don't know. They have been to the past more than 10 times. So I'm talking about people that go there because there's still something missing. They know everything. They clean the paths, the trails, they put the signs. These are the people that actually care about the ATVs not destroying the environment and the things. And every year they have planned, what are we looking for now? And I kind of jump now. Josh Gates, forever respect to him, and my heartfelt thanks that he put me on the map. Literally, he put me on the map there. But ever since, my next expedition was when the first expedition after the head of the Dyatlov Foundation died. So it was a massive event. A lot of people went there. We put a plaque, a wooden plaque, not on the memorial, but on a tree where he, for the last 20 years, he pitched camp there, summer and winter every year. So there were a lot of people. And then this year, I was so firm that I'm going to resist the temptation to go to the Dyatlov Pass that I dragged my ass all the way to the in Vegas.
I was gonna say you made a pretty hasty exit from Las Vegas, as I recall. As I recall.
But then these people gathered. They're like just, you can count them on the fingers of your palm. They gathered and they turned to me and said, "Aren't you joining?" And I thought until that moment that the Russians look at me as a, you know, the foreigner that joined them just for a show, and now she's never coming back, as all of the foreigners who write the book, shoot the movie, and they just, that's it. And I was so pleased because those are my closest friends now. They're like friends by fate. I cannot explain it, but I can trust them with my life, and I did this year. So I was in Vegas, and the war and everything. So I was sure I'm not going to Russia, and then they said, "Well, what are you waiting? Are we gonna count you for a space in the truck that goes to Ivdel?" And I'm like,
They pulled you back in. They pulled you back in.
So I called the New York embassy, and they said, "Sure, send us your papers." And I called them second time and said, "But I have 2 passports, and the one with the American visa is in the one that is expired and it's perforated. So do you want me to send both passports?" And they said, "What visa are you in?" I said, "Tourist visa." "No, no, you have to go back to wherever your passport is issued." So I didn't even have to go back to Austria, where I now live. I had to go back to Bulgaria, where I'm now. So and it was a Memorial Day. So I was like, okay, that ticket is gonna cost me more than the expedition itself, because I have to drag my ass for a visa from Vegas to Sofia, Bulgaria on Memorial Day. So I just tag along with friends to Mexico and Cancun, and I waited for a cheap flight with the Turkish Airlines. So my journey started from Vegas, and I just had to go. I know that there is no use for me to hide because I'll be going every year. So anyways, so I went there, and this year we're serious researchers, serious researchers. And I don't know what they have been looking until now. I don't know how many expeditions have you seen, like movies from. And I now realize how naive and rookie was I when Josh Gates invited me, because their first question was, what kind of experiments can we make while we're on the pass? And I can't tell them, let's walk in socks from the 1 mile down. I don't think that would...
It's a little funny. They would have been like, drinking vodka. Okay, maybe.
So, and now, but we didn't have much time. So, you know, you have seen the episodes even today. So, you know, he took the cairn from the core. Cairn is in Russian.
Yes.
He took the core and he examined. So this is the dream experiment of a lot of people. They even nowadays they tell me, oh, you have to investigate for radiation, because now I'm expert in taking cores from trees. Even the Swedish manufacturer, the best and the only one in the world, they donated a special tool, increment borer, it's called, for old trees, that it's like 10 times more than a normal borer, because it has to be, it's a 1 centimeter diameter. Anyways, so I'm expert in that. And so, I mean, back then, Josh Gates came with that thing. I mean, but I didn't have the theory back then. I didn't know that to look at the trees. And there is, honestly, in winter, you can relate to the event and just see where it happened, how it happened, and to understand how ridiculous it is to believe that someone would pitch the tent there, because we were in a very normal weather conditions with Discovery film crew. And I mean, it's actually Josh Gates' film crew. It's not he goes with them everywhere, so they go with him.
Yeah.
And oh, let me tell you a little behind the scenes. Well, as a woman, the first thing when you go to a camp, it's like, where's the toilet, right? So they tell me it's behind, there is a special tent behind the rock there. And it's a whiteout. That's why my point is that even if it's not snowing from the skies, the wind picks up the snow from the ground and it's a whiteout. So I'm looking for the toilet, right? And I see a silhouette of something that's shaking very brutally. It's shaking like that. And I thought someone is sick, because it's kind of a tall thing, it's going like that. And I start asking, are you okay? Should I call for someone? What's going on? And then that thing just flew away. just flew away. I was like, man overboard, he flew away. Someone please take us
Here.
And it turned out that this was it's like a tent for changing on the beach, like this size of a tent, and it just was taken by the wind and it flew away.
Nothing to see here. Bye.
I went back and I said, well, the toilet just flew away. I don't know where to look for it.
I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is I know where the toilet is. The bad news is
Was.
it just got blown to hell. It's gone. Goodbye.
It's good thing it wasn't inside because it's kind of hooked. No, I'm not gonna fly with, well, imagine the official version of the Communist Party in '59 was a hurricane that actually a wind blew them away, but somehow on the way out they cut their way from the tent and all their socks and shoes and jackets remain inside. And that's the official version. That I mean, there are two official versions, but there is a report that came out by the party in between the discovery of the bodies, the first group of the bodies and the last 4 bodies, that came out with the hurricane. It's not a theory, that was the report. They said, okay, these people died from a hurricane, and they extended the investigation for 1 more month to find the bodies, not to look for who did it, but to find the bodies. And after they were found, they closed the case. But just the official the sentencing, the closure of the case was overwhelming force. And then in 2019, the prosecutor said it's an avalanche, actually a snow slab. And then he said it's 2 snow slabs. One that made them leave the tent, and the other one that broke off from the brink of the river and suffocated, crushed, something did to them to die down there. He announced that without his uniform, without the support or the permission of his bosses, and he was fired for that because it's stupid. And he just made a doctorate. Everyone that's repeating the avalanche thing has a scientific paper published. It's good for science that you talk about avalanche, but avalanche doesn't explain any of the strangeness, weirdness, and the discrepancies in this case, because the Swiss and the prosecutor, they all say that something started going down, but it didn't, because we have photos that nothing fell down, where the tent is sticking, propped in 2 poles.
The fact that the tent was even still there
for a month in this condition
is kind of an avalanche theory red flag for me. And the fact that all of these things were still inside the tent that was still there is kind of an avalanche red flag theory, kind of a thing. I mean, an avalanche is a very, very primal force of nature. There's a huge amount of force in an avalanche, and that's, that looks to me like an old, heavy, military style canvas tent. And there are things, objects sticking out of the snow. The main posts seem to still be relatively intact. There's not debris everywhere. And
Marianne, there was a trace of urination of 3 men. How is that not covered by the avalanche?
By snow. How is that not covered? There's just, to me, could it have happened that way? Okay, here's like 4 reasons why they think it could have happened that way. But then when you, like you said, the more you read, the weirder it gets. You start reading some of the letters you have on your website, some of the witness statements that you have on your Dyatlov website. You start reading some of those and going,
but even
reasons why it could have happened that way.
Yeah,
there's like 27 reasons over here why it couldn't have happened.
No, but it's Marianne, it's not even that. I agree that every place where there is snow accumulation and it's slightly tilted, something can come down, but
Oh,
No
yeah.
one is saying that this is what killed them. That's the problem.
Yeah,
I have to bring to the attention to all of the listeners that we're talking about the incident that started, supposedly, allegedly started on the slope. Then 2 hours later, and 1 mile down, after they came to their senses, made a fire, dug up a bivouac, a snow cave, and did everything, after 2 hours, something happened again that killed them. So every theory that starts from the slope, we continue arguing, could it happen? Well, avalanche is much better than Yeti or a UFO or a KGB or a rocket spaceship, or I mean, there's 75 classified theories what could have scared them. But even if you're scared, if you stumble, even whatever you did down there, up there in the slope, what happened after that? Because everybody's arguing, well, this is a theory. This is why they left the tent. Okay, and then what? What happened then? No one follows with the theory. What happened then? Everyone presumes that, oh, well, they died. They left the tent and they died. No, they made everything possible to survive at least the night. And also, they were not found huddled in the snow, dying from hypothermia. They were all running around or crushed or moved, because the first 2 bodies obviously were repositioned. No one argues that. But people say, well, they were pulled behind the cedar by their comrades and they pulled their pants down. Yeah, that's the first thing that you do. When your friends die, you put them behind the tree so you don't see them and pull down their pants. Yeah. Yeah.
It literally sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud.
It is ridiculous.
It sounds ridiculous. And the other thing I keep coming back to is all the, there's the different theory. There's avalanche and there's wind and there's, the possibility that they, run out of the tent under duress by unknown parties unknown. There's all these different theories, but is it a fair assumption to say that if we started combining the theories, that maybe a clearer picture might come into scope, that maybe there was a snow slide, maybe they did come out of the tent, but then maybe something else might have happened too? It seems like,
yeah, you have to come up with 2 disasters.
meshing together,
Yeah, but I introduced to all of you a different classification of theories. I don't believe we should classify the theories on if it's a crime, if there is someone that tried to harm and kill them, or a natural disaster, force majeure, something happened there. I believe that we should divide the theories on where did it started from. Because the only reason we start the theory from the tent is because we found the tent there first. But more and more people at the beginning, no. This is where the tragedy started, from the tent. The tent was found there, and this is where it started. Yeah, and then Josh Gates took me to the slope. No. No one would put a tent there. No way.
Agreed. Completely.
No way. It was not in their plans. That tent cannot survive there for a month. No one would put a tent there. And our tent with Discovery Channel was a modern, everything, the materials, everything, and it was hidden behind the rock where, the toilet was. That's a big rock close to the monument and everything. So Dyatlov group tent was in the open that we could hardly walk to, like 500 meters away from the rock. And we had the shadow, like we were behind the rock, hidden by the wind and everything, kind of. And everything was modern, the whole camp. After we left, everything was destroyed, blown by the wind, and it wasn't even a storm. It was blown away. It just went away. The same day, I have published all the destruction of the camp by the wind, and this is not considered a bad weather. It's just the ridge is insane. The Otorten, to everyone who believes that means don't go there. No, Otorten means the windy mountain. Even now, there are people that, everyone that goes to Otorten says that the weather there is absolutely different from everywhere around. It's just bad weather. On the top is not much a difference in elevation. There is always wind, always changing very rapidly. That's why they put military modules there, because idiot tourists believe that in summer nothing can happen at that altitude. So they get storms and weather and everything.
No wind in summer, it's fine.
No, it rapidly changes into no visibility whatsoever, and it starts raining with a lot of force, and it's very cold. A cold wind starts blowing up, and this is part of my story. I will say it now, and it will have some role in this year's expedition. Last year, there is one guy who is a character. I mean, he has a big heart, but it's a troublemaker. A troublemaker because he's nowhere to be found. He's always somewhere. The group is always waiting for him. We don't know where he is, and everybody in the mountain knows his name, because everybody is asking, "Did you see Shamil? Where is Shamil? Is Shamil with you?" Because he tells everybody, "I'm Shamil, tell my people I'm alive." So people come to us and they say, "Do you know Shamil?" Everyone knows Shamil, no one knows where he is. And,
okay.
And this year I went with him into the woods, and we both got lost, and I met with the bear with cubs. Okay, back to the last year. Okay, last year, that same Shamil, he goes to Torten, and because he walks funny, he has these fits of, I want to sing, I want to connect with nature, I want to just sprawl on the ground and look at the skies, and I'm connecting, and I'm not afraid to be alone. So we leave him be, and he goes alone. So he goes to Torten. They go actually, he was with other people, and they get very bad weather. This is last year. No, actually, that's not last, the year before, the one I didn't go to. And it's the year when the head of the foundation died. And Shamil gets inside the module. These modules are red because when there's no visibility, they're all over the world. They're the same red modules for surviving, or when the military needs something temporary. They're nailed to the ground, so nothing can roll them down or something blown away to roll them. And they are equipped with bed stove for emergencies. So he gets in, the stove is already warm. I mean, it's fire inside the stove. He gets out his gas bottle, puts it on top of the stove, and starts making tea. And he blows up the whole module.
You know, as soon as you said gas bottle, I'm thinking to myself, no, he wouldn't have done that. No, he wouldn't have.
Like in a cartoon, he realizes what's going to happen, so he reaches to shut it off, to turn it off, and that thing blows that moment. So he's without a face and an arm. I mean, like first-degree burns. He was evacuated. Everybody inside the module doesn't have hair and brows. No door, no windows.
I don't want to laugh, but at the same time, you're like, I'm going to hell because I'm laughing at this. I am totally going to hell for laughing. But wow, you're right. That's like a. That's
he
like
keeps going. He keeps going. So this year I went with him, and that's what pay when you go with Shamil.
Just don't go into one of those shelters with him. I don't want to see anything happen to you. I don't want.
No, see, the mountain has her own way to separate you and deal with you personally. I had my personal experience with the mountain. That's another thing. So yeah, I started talking about, I don't know what, something about putting the tent there, maybe how bad is so what I'm saying is you're never safe there, but in winter it's brutal. Even the Huatzahou, it's the mountain where the slope with the tent is. It was never on the route of the Dyatlov group because it's just a small hill. They were going further away, 20 kilometers on the ridge to Otorten. So Huatzahou was not even a mountain back then. It was called 1079 because this is how high it is. It's just, and it's called in Mansi means Huatzahou means the dead mountain. Dead mountain is because it's nothing goes there. Well, that turned out to be true because I found. Do you see this?
Your antler? Oh, there it is. Oh my God, that's beautiful.
So this is my Ural or Mansi dream catcher.
Yeah, the ultimate souvenir. Beautiful.
It was given. I will maybe start talking about this experience. I have never written anything about it yet because it's hard to process. It's part of my bear encounter because that happened. Okay, so maybe I should continue since I mentioned Shamil. This year he said, I'm going on top of Huatzahou because there is a sacred bird rock, which is it's a rock in the shape of a bird. And I want to ask for permission so I don't, pardon my French, fuck it up on Otorten. I want to go to Otorten, but I want to leave. So I want to ask for permission. And I've never heard of the bird rock. And I said, where is it? And he said, well, you have to actually go through the whole plateau of Huatzahou, and no one just cares to do that because it's on the other side. Because when you go on top of Huatzahou, it looks like very even, it's a plateau, but like the earth, it's slightly curved. So you don't see what's behind the curve. And that's why no one goes to see the bird rock. And even if you see pictures of it, you just don't know where it is, but it's on Huatzahou. So Shamil was connecting again with nature, and I went on Huatzahou by myself, I mean, before him, and I started walking on the plateau because I knew I was looking for the bird rock. And then that drone happened in the sky. I don't know the guy who owns the drone. I just by chance happened to be in his feed. I don't know. I wasn't planning. I saw a drone, I waved, and I continued. So I found the rock. And like Shamil, I lay sprawled on the ground, start looking at the sky, start connecting with nature. And I was thinking, okay, this year I may be picking some souvenirs from this rock. It's so beautiful. It's, you know, it's, I like it. I'm gonna take some pebbles and bring it to, because some of the group was from St. Petersburg, and this is where my co-author is from. He died before the book came out. So I was thinking I'll give Irina a pebble to bring to his grave to say hello from me. And then I'm alone for a long, I mean, in my life, I don't have close family, I don't have kids, I don't go to work. So I'm alone for a long time. And I am talking to myself, I know that, but I thought that I can distinguish if the voices are coming from my head, inside my head. So that was a new thought in my head. Yeah, I didn't make it up. I just thought, no need for souvenirs, because everything you need will be given to you. It's gonna be given to you. And I thought, because I'm very happy with my life, so I'm trying to express gratitude and to be thankful for everything that happens, because the moment I stopped planning my life, everything started being a miracle. That started with Josh Gates, by the way, because I was so wanting to go to the Dyatlov Pass in winter. I didn't know anything. I didn't know even his name when they contacted me. And it was like, okay, how did I deserve that? How did that happen? So I believe in miracles. Anyways, I'm on that mountain and I hear that, well, don't take anything. You'll be given what you need. I get up because some clouds are coming. I get up, I make 5 steps, and I found the antlers. So I took them. I just took the antlers because I knew that's what's given to me. I need these antlers. And it was impossible actually to bring them. Everyone was saying, even we had the police, because there are some poachers, and they were asking Russian police, they were saying, do you have guns and fish? And I said, I have antlers. And they were so like surprised. They didn't know what to do with me. Yeah. They said, are you gonna sell them? They don't cost, how much are you gonna sell them for? I said, no, no. I was given them by the gods. And they looked at me like that. And I believe they didn't know what to say to that, because there are a lot of Mansi there. And when you start talking about gods, they just, well, they were coming up with an answer when we just drove away. And every car after us was asked, do you have antlers? So everybody that went to the Dyatlov Pass this year is asking me, are you the one with the antlers? That's why when I posted my avatar on Facebook with the what was that? The yellow jackets.
You have started a new trend, and everyone will now be asked.
Yeah, but it happened without me looking for something like that. Do you know how difficult? But then again, it turned out that bringing the antlers back to Europe was so easy. I expected, so I take it this is like a lesson for life, because we anticipate, we don't know, we make up all these rules. I know that this is not a normally they're gonna take them from me. I'll need a sanitation certificate, or it's gonna turn out that it's endangered species. I hope not, because they just shed all of these antlers.
Yeah.
It's not cut off. The animal is alive. I would never, ever. I hate stuffed animals. I would never have something like that, a dead animal. But it shook it off, this, and left it there. And it's in a very good condition. So these antlers, I just read, and I'm learning them. So I read on the Russian Aeroflot Airlines, the policy, how you can take equipment. And I said, what kind of equipment should I say that is? Like, it's not skis. What is it? Kite? If you take the
religious artifact.
Yeah, well, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, nobody
but
wants
I told that to the police. So they have this rule. They don't ask for money, but they said you should fill in this form and given the permission, because they have to check if there is a space in the cargo. So it turned out they said yes. Then in the when my flight, it was time for my flight. I go where you actually give them the extra size, stuff. And I asked the guy, the Russian guy, I said, are you going to see my equipment in the x-rays? He said, yeah. I said, well, if I tell them the truth, if I tell them something and it turned out not to be that thing, what would you do? I didn't want to go to prison or something. And he said, well, what is this? What are you carrying? I said, antlers. And he said, what is the problem? And I thought to myself, what is that you have to transfer to impress them, like a body or what?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What's the problem? So
Yeah.
no one paid any attention, and I paid zero to take this home.
You
So,
were meant to have it.
yeah,
You
I
were
meant
meant
to
to
have
have
that.
it.
Right.
Mountain gave it to you. You were meant to have it.
So let's see how this.
Only answer that fits is you were meant to have a piece of this mountain. You were meant to have it.
And this is the first time I'm gonna talk about the next day, what happened the next day. Because it has something to do with Shamil. So Shamil went on his own to the bird rock. He asked for permission to be let to go to a Thornton, and we met back on the southern camp. So the expedition every time follows what Dyatlov group did. This is the Dyatlov Pass. So first you camp to the south slope of the ridge. That's not high. This is like 800 meters. So you have to actually climb up like, I don't know, 300 meters, nothing. This is nothing. It's just heavy backpacks, nothing. And you have to, well, in winter it's deep snow and a lot of wind, a lot of wind. As we know, the last entry into the diary by Igor Dyatlov was that the wind is like it's like the wind of the engines of a taking off airplane, so strong. So they tried and they went back because they couldn't climb up the ridge with the heavy backpack. So they went back, and this is where the last campsite was. And we still don't know the location. This is what we were looking now. This is what the expeditions are now. So I'll tell you what we discovered.
And don't they, isn't, I vaguely recall this, in one of the diaries, don't they specifically mention about, having dinner and being comfortable and doubting that they would have any such comfort?
This is exactly the same entry. The same entry.
Okay. I was going to say, I'm putting that, I'm remembering that in the diary. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Igor Dyatlov. He's saying literally the following. We climbed up, we couldn't make it because, no, first he says, well, the tree line ends, so we're going into the open, but the wind is so strong, we can't make the Labas, which is the cache site, so we're going back. And because he's making this entry in one breath. It's like, not now I write, then I write again. So he's saying that after they had food, before they went to sleep. So we are very tired. We're not going to make fire. Now, just to explain, they have stove that's only for heating. The stove is suspended inside the tent. So the tent is made of two tents that are stitched together, very old tents, to accommodate 10 people as they started. They ended up being 9, but it's a big tent. And I have on the side pictures of the tent being used in other treks as well. It always hangs on trees. It's designed like that. That tent will not, I mean, it's very, if there is an emergency, you will put it on the slope with a lot of ropes. But that tent is designed to hang on trees, and there is a additional rope inside the tent where they suspend that stove. That stove is a metal cylinder. They put logs inside and they heat it up. So it's actually on top of them. And this is why the jacket of Krivonishenko burned. We have this, one of the two of the last photos are with Kulevatov wearing a burned padded jacket because Krivonishenko was cursing. He wouldn't pose and smile. So Kulevatov put his jacket. So everyone who spent the night under the burning stove was really hot and scorching hot. So they used to put the logs under the stove because it was too hot to sleep under the stove. I have in the last chapter of my book, I have a drawing, schematics where the stove was, the logs inside, and that's the explanation because it was too hot. So they usually hang the tent between trees. So Igor Dyatlov says, we're not gonna make a fire, which means they have to cook on a fire pit that they do outside the tent. And when I was with Josh Gates in winter, when we spent the night at Ilicha's hut, there were other cross-country skiers there that were going to Torten, unrelated to the Dyatlov Pass or the date, the anniversary or anything like that. They were just making the same route. And I asked them, how do they go in the snow? What trail do they follow? And they say, it's always the same. It's on the end of the tree line because inside the forest it's impossible. It's just you just sink into the snow all the time. You cannot do it. So you have to be on the border of the tree line, but not on the ridge because the wind is impossible. Always. It doesn't matter. It's not bad weather. It's normal for the wind. So they were making the same kind of a fire pit. You dig up a pit into the snow and you put the logs and then you cook your food on top of it. So I was seeing exactly the same way Dyatlov group were doing it. So Dyatlov says in his last entry, we're too tired, we're not gonna make a fire outside, we're just gonna eat inside the tent. And this is when he says what you cited. We cannot believe how comfortable it is so far away from any civilization. They're tired, but they're comfortable and warm. And they eat inside the tent and everything is normal. And that's the last entry. So I was with Shamil, yeah. So I was saying that we're on this side, we're camping on the site of the Dyatlov Pass where the last entry was made by Igor Dyatlov. Okay, so first question, what can you find out? What do you do there on expedition every year? Well, we're just now, so many years after that, we're just now starting unearthing artifacts from the ground. I don't know what were they doing before, but I can say that it all started with me last year, because they usually go, what they do is they usually go, this is the cedar tree, this is the creek where the bodies were found, this is where the tent was found, allegedly, because even that is not sure. No, they found the tent, not pitched, but they found it. But even that, we don't have the GPS coordinates. We have some 59 photos of somewhere there. So the Kuryakov, Andrei Kuryakov in 2019, the one that got fired, he made a scientific paper on how to establish the place from where a photo was done by looking at the mountain peaks and other stuff on the photo. So he went with the geodesy experts and stuff, and he made something, but also because he had to make up the theory about a strange snow slab, which needed shoulder in the terrain that's higher, so where the snow accumulation could have started or something like that. But anyways, I have published all his speech there. He put the tent 116 meters away from where everyone believes the tent was found, because there were some metal things, that artifacts were found there, and where it makes sense the tent to be. So even the prosecutors, the official Russian prosecutors, put the tent in a different place. Among the Russian researchers, there is a consensus in like 10 square meters or 20 square meters. Everyone says, well, it was here, it was here, it was here. We don't know. So my point being that we don't know where all of the photos in 59 were taken. And even that morning, the last morning of the Dyatlov group, is a photo that it's again without the negative. We don't have this film roll. We don't have this camera. Maybe it's a whole camera missing, not just one roll. The problem is that even now the Komsomolskaya Pravda is a big periodical that has two assigned journalists, their family, husband and wife, and she's the public figure that speaks about the case. She has been involved in the case exactly the same amount of years. I have been 12 years, and her name is Natalia Varsegova, and she's doing very good job in digging up archives. She found out a lot about Zolotaryov, everything that we know about Zolotaryov, and she initiated his exhumation. And one of the Dyatlov group, the oldest one who joined the last moment, the Yuri Yudin didn't know, he was exhumed, and nothing strange was found on his bones. I mean, exactly what was said in the autopsy report, but it was such a circus on the media because they took DNA, they tested it, and instead of saying that it was insufficient material or unconclusive, they said it's not him. And that, it's not him. Do you know what that means? Even Natalia Varsegova, who was working with Channel 1, Russian Channel 1, because Russian Channel 1 said, well, we want the right first to announce in real live TV the results, so we're going to pay for the DNAs. That's a lot of money. So they paid and they brought up, and Natalia Varsegova was like, it's not him. And immediately was second DNA. No, it's not true. So immediately there was a second DNA test because they took enough material from the grave, I mean, from the bones. And so it was, it's him. The second DNA results were that it's by the official central Russian DNA laboratory, whatever. It's him. Well, it is him, but they cannot exclude his brother. So Natalia Varsegova tracked his brother, who was a German spy. But back then, it's a spy because some territories were occupied by the Germans. So in the span of 2 years, some people actually needed a job. So if you worked for the Germans, you're a spy. So he was executed. So Natalia Varsegova found out his death certificate. He was shot in the head. So even Semyon Zolotaryov, he had to say things like, oh, I don't have a brother no more, because such was the regime. He had to say these things. Right. So, but the second DNA was inconclusive again, but that only brought more oxygen into the fire of conspiracy theories. They said, well, he was swapped with his brother, and all of the tattoo things that his in school, he was a teacher, physical education teacher in school, and he could not have these tattoos on him because it's a no-no. If you have tattoos, that means you have been in prison. So he could not have those. So even I don't know why he has tattoos with this profession. And when everybody says, no, we don't remember any tattoos on him. So that's a mystery. We don't know. But they say, well, that's the argument that it's not him, it's someone else. Well, things like that. That case, I'm not sure at all what happened. I just have a theory, and everything that I find out so far confirms my theory, because you really go insane. You have to attach yourself to a theory, try to make sense. Because for 10 years, I was publishing other people's theories that I didn't care about. I was publishing every new fact, article, everything that came out. And all I had to say as a personal opinion is no, not yet. But that's exhausting. Even Natalia Versegova is exhausted. I mean, the journalist that is dealing with the writing about this incident for 12 years, like me. Because where does it end? You just you live this life of okay, I get more and more haters and friends that I don't know, but just like information, like realization, like solving the case, it looks a lost cause, because it's, and I'm speaking about all of the theories. It's what do you think when you say when you read or you have a theory, how probable, how possible, and what could be proven? None of these three things, because it's so weird. So obviously something very improbable happened, like two incidents, one after another, as we were speaking. Okay, avalanche, rare, and then something, another rare
Combination, a
thing.
combination of incidents.
Right. And then we come with the probability, very low. That's low probable, and then both of them twice less probable. And then what can be proven? Because no matter what you dig up, no one agrees. No one agrees with anyone. And I'm telling my personal experience now. We're going to the past. So I was saying that first we are on the south slope, where the last entry, happy entry in the diary was made, the last entry, period. Oh, well, we have Ivniko Torten, which is a satirical flyer type of thing. It was very common in combats, and it was after the war, so a lot of motivational materials were to make jokes or just to publish these things. They were sticking them inside the tent or on a tree or something, and it was internal jokes. And we all know that this paper was dated February 1st. They dated, someone wrote it. Well, that's another thing. We have never seen the written document. Their recollections of very strange. Putezhenko, who was the pilot, who said that he saw the bodies in the tent on a completely different place before they were officially found. He says he saw Ivniko Torten, that pamphlet. But then it was set in the radiograms, because what happened with the items, as I explained, they put everything on top of the tent and they drag it half a mile to the landing site for the helicopter. So they drag everything. They didn't protocol or look into it because it was half iced up, as I explained, in chunks. So they just wrapped this big thing with the backpacks and everything, and they flew it to the Ivdel airport. So Ivdel airport, they put everything there, and we have a journalist who is not part of the party assignment, whose name is Grigoriev. And thanks to his notebooks, we have a double entry, and his notebooks were found recently, they were not classified, they were not even part of the case files. No one read them. They were found in his basement 10 years ago, and I was the first one to translate them. They were written, their notebooks, 3 of them. He named them Snowstorm. So there's Snowstorm 1, 2, 3. They meant to be a book. It never came out. Those are his notes while he was in the Ivdel airport, and he wanted to go so bad on the Dyatlov Pass that they actually flew him there, and he was with the searchers before the last bodies were found. So he copied Zina diary, and we see that absolutely independent copy, because that's the other thing. I started with Ivniko Torten. We don't have the real thing. We have the typed copy of the typist on the investigation. Lev Ivanov chose 2 diaries, the group diary and Luda, I believe, diary, to be part of the case files. We don't have the originals of these two diaries either. We have only the diaries, scanned the diaries that were returned to the parents. One of them is Zina's diary. Then all of the parents just gave Yuri Kuntsevich what they had because he was the foundation. Dyatlov Foundation. Now the Dyatlov Foundation, he died, Dyatlov Foundation disintegrated. So it's all the artifacts are kept in the safe until the Russians deal with the politics of the Dyatlov case. That's a different story. It's not interesting for the investigation at all. It's just a lot of people now are diplomats because they go between the live searchers and the witnesses and the parents that are still alive and the families, and they go in between and just try to deal with the consequences that the death of Yuri Kuntsevich left us with. It's a mess right now, but I don't want to get into this. So I'm talking about the artifacts that we're left with, and everything that's in the case files is typed. And we have some radiograms. Okay, we have Grigoriev's notebooks that were in the basement. Another thing that we have are Maslennikov's diaries. Maslennikov is the head of the searchers from the very beginning until the last bodies were, I think he left before the last bodies were found. So we have his notes, and we can compare what is written in the, okay, Maslennikov's, okay, the typist of the investigator was making typos. For example, we have the radiograms in Maslennikov's diaries because he was sending those radiograms. This is the daily communication between the searchers and the headquarters. So he was writing them in his notebook and giving them to the operator to signal them, right?
Right.
So we have the text, and we see, and then these radiograms enter into the case files as a typed documents, and we see for several instances very, very big mistakes. For example, one time the word ski was typed as sheets. So like we found 10 sheets. Well, what they wrote was 10 pair of skis, and she wrote sheets like bed sheets.
Two very different things. Yeah,
I know. So what I'm saying is that even the typed documents could have some typos that are not really so intentional. But we do have some notebooks and diaries of people that have been there. So to me, just I'm gonna try not to forget what I was talking about. We're still on the South Slope, we're Dyatlov group, and we're still there, and I had to tell you what we found there. But what I'm saying is that the abundance of these documents that each are copying each other and we can compare them, it's kind of speaking of not a conspiracy from above, like a cover up from above, because if it was from the KGB, I don't believe we would ever know about this group at all. It would be cut, like no diaries, no photos, no one speaks, because why did the interest to this case started up again? Because after 25, 30 years, the people that signed non-disclosure or whatever, they didn't dare talking about because they didn't know what happened. Everyone believed at the time that it's a state secret, so they presumed they're going to be punished. But the system crumbled down, and this and that, and they started talking, recollecting, speaking about this case, and then everything came up, that their photos, diaries, a lot of things, so many things were left from this case that we can make up from pieces of these left artifacts any possible theory that you can think of. we can make this a case of a murder, a case of a state, like even I can tell you ridiculous things like a plant was having emergency procedure. If blows up, the poisonous gas to be captured into balloons. The balloons went up, and the Dyatlov group were kamikaze to, not kamikaze, but they were carrying some rockets to test, and by mistake, they, at that time, they destroyed these balloons filled with poisonous gas, and it was a gas that they inhaled, and the search was delayed on purpose for exactly the time that the poisonous gas will stop being detected in their system. This is a 3-volume publication, and it's called Halftime of whatever, the Apple Group or something like that.
That seems like a lot.
Many books, even Rakitin's theory at the end of the day is that the KGB and the CIA met on top of this windy ridge to exchange beta isotopes.
Also seems like a lot. And
what I'm saying is that
will Tom Cruise be in this movie? Because this is kind of, those last two kind of sound like maybe we should call Tom Cruise, because it totally sounds like a Mission Impossible plot. I'm just saying. Will you get to be in the movie with Tom Cruise?
I would be thrilled. But you can make any kind of movie about this case. Even there was a Russian movie, 8 episodes, that I cried my eyes out. It was so, I mean, it was like Titanic. Like it's not enough that Titanic sank with all these people died, but it had to be a love between the pathologist and the investigator, and we were all following their relationship through the 8 episodes, but it was well done. So I would see any movie. I'm so sick of watching the video bloggers, and I don't anymore, because all of now this is the hype, this is the fashion that they talk about the case on video blog. I mean, the Russians, not the Americans, because Americans don't know anything. So there's nothing to talk about. No, I mean, some of them have, but they just changed the photos from 59, and they tell theories. While the Russians, they just hour after hour without any visuals, they just discuss the case. It's like, and I can tell you what they're talking about, because some of my friends and fans, followers, whatever, they meant well, and they said, well, but that video, it says that it has new information. What did they say? What did they say? And I watched that video, and it's, listen to this. So in that video, that guy says that while they were on the track, they enter a time vortex. There was a time lapse. So we can see on the photos that they aged 50 years. No, they look like 50 years old, but not all of them. Zina, because she was a good soul, she didn't age, but the rest aged. And that someone edited out the elves from the photos, that they're invisible elves, like the one where this is when she's taking sugar cubes from someone that you can see in the frame. That she's feeding the elves, and that, so there are invisible things that were edited out, or they were just invisible, or they were instructed to be not to be in the frame. But also he points out that in one of the photos she's talking, Zina Kolmogorova, she's talking on a cell phone, and so they're time travelers, things like that.
So we went from Mission Impossible to a Doctor Who episode, and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and who else can we throw in here?
You can throw everyone.
It's interesting.
It's interesting. Yeah, it was a well done movie, the Russian one. And also I heard about the case from a movie. It's called The Devil's Pass. It's a horror movie.
This.
It's about zombies, teleportation, and the Germans and stuff.
I
So-
did not, I've heard of it, but I did not engage in any kind of, yeah, it seemed really out there. Let's just put it that way. It seemed like way.
It's always gonna be like that. People engage with this case, and even my friends, when I came up with the theory with the book, because no one cares when you say I have a theory. Everyone is like, well, yeah. Everyone has a theory. Like everyone, five minutes you have listened about the case, 5 minutes and you already have a theory. So when they actually read the book, they looked at me so disappointed. Not because the theory doesn't make sense. They were like, no aliens, no Yeti, no. They don't want to
call Steven Spielberg. We just dragged him into this. Call Steven Spielberg. Let's go.
They're so disappointed. They want something extraterrestrial. So
another
we're
Indiana Jones movie. I feel that we could do it. I think it could be a thing.
based on real events. Based on real events.
And the Dyatlov Pass. Call Spielberg.
So let's get back to reality. So
Yes.
we're on the south slope where Igor Dyatlov made his last entry into the diary. And problem is that we don't know where exactly did they camp. So this is what the Russians have been going to the past. The foreigners, they just go for selfies, right? It's a tourist, not just the foreigners. There are so many Russians go there with groups. It's a special tourist agency that's called Yeti. They just go to the Dyatlov Pass with Russians. It's a tourist business already. But the researchers that I went with, and my like besties now, my best friends, closest friends, they are trying. So they're like, there should be something that we still can find. Where is that thing? We cannot dig in the archives because this is politics. Now it's after the fiasco with the prosecutors in 2019, no one, well, they're not classified, but they don't let you, they don't allow access because of what he did. And it's a statute of limitation already. Second thing, exhumation. I'm so against that because so many people, let's dig him up. Well, wait a minute. Why? Like, do you suspect something? Like, because the most suspicious one, and do you know the reason why Semyon Zolotaryov was dug up, they allowed the exhumation, is because in the registry of the cemetery, there was no one buried in that cemetery by that name. So they had the legal cause to ask for his family. They said, well, who's this grave? He's not buried in this cemetery. We want to know if there is a body in this grave. There was a body, everything matched the autopsy report. So now they're saying, let's dig everyone. Well, you need a cause, like why? Well, you can't just, well, we can, we're at the dead end, we're clueless what happened to them, let's dig them up. No, in all the times, in all the places and countries, you need a cause to dig somebody up. It's not just, well, we don't have any other idea, let's dig it up. No. And I don't believe that we're gonna find anything, because the only two experts that were assigned to the case file in 59, and what Kuryakov did is that he looked at other cases of that time, of this scale, and he said that there was nothing too sloppy about this one. There were so many times bodies were lost, papers left unsigned. That's nothing so that suspiciously sloppy or covered or something. And there were even two experts assigned to the case, which was not usually, that's precedent. That was the 10th, the examination of the 10th, actually 3 analysis, but the 3rd one didn't even make it back to the case files. That was the 10th, the autopsy reports, and the radioactive analysis. We know that the last 4 bodies, Lev Ivanov didn't care about examining and photographing them, but he took samples for radioactive analysis. Now, this, me and Igor Pavlov, that was the big question we had. Why did he do that? Why he didn't do that for the first 5 bodies, and then suddenly for the last 4, why did he assign the radioactive analysis? Well, our theory is that he was moved to other cases. And because of all of the sightings of glowing orbs in the sky, which Kuryakov said that they were experimenting with new weather balloons that are glowing at night. Well, true or not, it really sounds like, because the sightings of glowing objects in the sky, first, it's not that strange for this geographical area, but there were clips from the newspapers and a lot of people saw them. So we believe, me and Igor Pavlov, who is dead, rest in peace, we believe that he was assigned to a case like that. So he suspected radioactivity because of these glowing things, and just because he had to close that case, he ordered radioactive analysis on this case. He received the results 1 day before he closed the case. He didn't even include this in the case. That's why there is a note in the case files that they were moved to a different folder, then they were moved back to this because he couldn't find any other folder to put the results in, where we see that 3 of the clothes were radioactive. Now this is growing out of proportion. They were all glowing, they were all radioactive, they were covered with potassium, whatever, lime to dissolve fast or some other things. It's just, 3 of the clothes, like 2 sweaters and pants, were radioactive. And we have to remember, well, one explanation is that Krivomyshenko was working at Kishtim and they blew up. Yeah. So 3 pieces of clothing could have make it inside the equipment, the group, because they didn't have special clothes for the mountain. They just put whatever they had from the city. It was cold. They were poor. It's not poor, it's the Soviet Union. Everyone was poor back then. So I don't believe that they knew that they were radioactive, because why would you wear them if you are 20 years old? Because Rakitin says that they were taking these samples to be given to the CIA for double spying, to tell them how advanced the Soviet Union is making the bomb. And so why would you wear the samples if you know that they're radioactive? Doesn't make any.
And just like that, right back to a Mission Impossible movie, right? Yeah, just like that. Yeah, it's.
So what we're doing on the Dyatlov Pass nowadays. So last year, I was with all these people that were just. Yuri Kuntsevich just died, so we were reliving his trips and talking about, it was more a PR kind of expedition. So when we were at the cedar tree, if someone hasn't, into the details of this case, the cedar tree is a landmark on the site of the Dyatlov Pass where the bodies were found. The first 2 frozen bodies were found under this landmark tree. And we just refer to it as the cedar. This is the location where the bodies were found. All of the bodies were found at some distance from that tree. We don't know the significance of this tree, but it looks like the center of something, because there was a fire there, the bodies, the creek is 70 meters away. Then on the line between the cedar and the tent were the 3 bodies of Zina, Slobodin, and Dyatlov found in distances, but they were all in a straight line between the cedar and the tent. So where was that? Oh, and last year we're at the cedar, and the researchers are saying, okay, here were the bodies, here was the fire. And I was like looking around. I'm a tourist at this point. And I'm like, okay, so are there some big trees around? I see a lot of big trees, and I'm going and kicking them, and I still didn't have the borer to take a core sample to see how old the tree was when it was dead. I didn't even know if trees that are so died so long time ago, like 65 years. I didn't know if they're rotten away, if they remain on the ground. I knew nothing about that. And then suddenly I see this big, covered with moss, with green moss, big cedar that's fallen, just 5 meters away from the standing up cedar, right there where the bodies are, were in 59. And I'm like, what about this cedar tree? This is a very big tree. When did it fall? No one cares. No one cares. So there was this guy from the researchers who is trying to find where the last campsite of the Dyatlov group is. And he's doing this by comparing the trees on the photos from 59 with the trees now. And his specialty is dendrology, and he has a borer. So, but he's researching here. So he claims that he found where the last campsite of the Dyatlov group is, where Dyatlov wrote his last entry. That's his mission. That's his goal. But he has the instrument. And I was like, hey, you, I can come help me. Can you take a sample from this fallen tree? Can you please? So he took a cairn, but it flew into the tree like it was very rotten, like very rotten. He said, no, I don't know. This is not going to be very possible to count any circles, rings, to say how old the tree was. And I didn't know even what you can count. I know that when you count the rings, you can tell how old the tree is, but that's all. That's what I knew the last year. So he took that core, gave it to me, and it's in my backpack. I know nothing what I'm going to do with it. Somewhere in my mind, something about the C14, it's like isotope, something radioactive analysis. I know nothing what I can do with it. And then there is another guy with actually two guys with metal detectors. And I'm like, hey, you come check something around this big tree. I mean, is there anything under the tree? And they checked, and I mean, another miracle. I find a can 30 centimeters below the tree in the ground under a lot of roots, and it looks really old. And I'm like, precious. So it's a crumpled, absolutely rusty can. I don't know what that can is. Maybe it's from yesterday. I don't know. So I take that and the core with me last year. Since then, we have unearthed piles of, I cannot explain, it's on my side, axes, spoons, metal planks for skis, wires, cans, maybe hundreds of cans. So it turned out that everything is still in the ground. And my first core turned to be really hard to analyze. That's why this year I went with the big borer. So not only that, I just what do we call it, with the saw, I sawed off just a whole slice from the fallen tree. That's dead tree. I mean, it's dead. The poor thing is dead. So I took the slice back yesterday. I gave it to the dendrologist. I hooked up with the top dendrologist in Bulgaria. So I have analyzed the tin can that I found the last year. I know all of the standards. I know what they put on the boat lids. And this is what reveals a lot of very important details. I'm just right now publishing this on the side. So I read what is on the tin can, and with the cans that we unearthed this year, I went to the plant that manufactured this can, and they told me what is what. So it turned out that under the cedar tree, where the bodies were found, and the Dyatlov group is supposed to be naked, barefoot, and no supplies, no equipment, no tent, no food, nothing, right? This is what the official version is, that they went down to die. Didn't take their boots. I found a tin can that is manufactured 58, and it's from something that the searchers did not have. It's from cream, while the searchers had condensed milk. And the plant explained that that year, still the distribution of all of the cans were according to the wartime laws, when everything, the essential products are going into the military reserve, and they distribute to all the venues that are given free food supplies, not free, but from the government. So all of the like gulag hospitals, or the searchers, the search operation. And I consult with two of the most important searchers in 59 who found the tent and the bodies. So I'm consulting with Karelin, who was on the South search when they found the first bodies. He was there when the first picture of the two frozen Yuris was taken. And I consult with Askenazi, who actually hit the head of Dubinina with his probe, who found the last four. I consult with these two people. They're my friends. I consult with them. I show them. I ask, how did you do that? Do you recognize this? Is this yours? What happened? So we consult with them. And they're very, with their minds are in place and everything, very active and very interested to help. So we found on this side, we found a lot of cans. We have the condensed milk. And what is interesting in these cans is that the stamp, last year, what I saw under microscope, I went to the National History Museum in Bulgaria. So I start working with archaeologists who find artifacts in the ground, old artifacts. So they date them and they look under microscope and they clean them, because I didn't know what to do with this crumpled rusty can. I didn't know how to open, what to clean it with. I didn't want to destroy it. So
right, you don't want to do more damage, right?
So what he very strangely, he was insisting that he reads something backwards, and in the standards I couldn't find anything that could be printed. It's not printed, it's actually stamped these years. Yeah. On a tin can from nothing, because, and it turned out, and this is a key detail, that the 8 was stamped like that. And until
upside down.
Yeah.
It looks like it's upside down.
Yeah. But in the plant, they showed me how it was stamped. I mean, the old technology. And they said that this is not considered a mistake. This is fine, because it's either way, it's 8. They consider it a mistake if this is flipped, because this is gonna become 6 to 9. But the technology, how they put the letters and the numbers, allows either way. So you just have to look what you're doing and stop it on time. There is a lot of wrong stamps there that they're put aside. But they showed to me that what I found under the cedar and what I found at the searchers camp are two different, because at the condensed milk, the 8 was fine. The 8 was fine, not just fine. The 8 was different font. It was just 8 that it's the same both sides. That's why they said, well, this is a condensed milk, because we can see the assortment number on the top lid, and the other can that you found, it has to be from a cream, because I don't have the other lid. It has to be from a cream, because they're two different things. The stamp is different, the 8s are different. And also the tin can that I found, that allegedly belongs to the Dyatlov group, is opened like you open it for individual use with a knife. You stick a knife and you drink it. While when I talked to Ashkenazi, he said, that's how we open all of the tin cans. We cut it like that with the axe. So it's like all the lid is flipped open. So I found a can from the cedar tree where the Dyatlov groups, and since then, what I'm saying is that that doesn't prove anything, but it showed that there is still something in the ground that we can find. And since then, there are so many things coming out of the ground. This expedition, we just unearthed, we pinpoint where the searchers camp was here on this side, because no GPS coordinates. We have just the recollection of the people that were there, not even taken down. Like, for example, the Labas. Okay, that's another mystery.
Yeah, I've been reading, I'm refreshing my memory and reading, following along with that, and the notion that it should have been constructed this way up off the ground, yet it's here on the ground. There's just a lot of inconsistency.
This is like the tent. The tent couldn't have survived for so long up on the slope in this wind. Okay, the Labas, Labas is the Mansi word for cache site. For the Mansi were building platforms, sticking up a platform on poles. So if they have game like animals and skin and other stuff that they don't want to drag, they leave it there so the animals don't eat it, don't catch it. That's why it has to be raised in the fall.
They're elevating their supplies basically, so that they're going to be there when they come back.
And the Dyatlov group, they have photos of Mansi platforms, and they call it Labas because they were trying to learn Mansi words. That's why we're calling it Labas, because the Dyatlov group call it Labas because they were seeing these structures in the forest, and because they said we have to build a Labas. But remember, they came back from the open space back into the forest. They have seen how the Labas looks like. I mean, they know that they have to raise the food supplies from the ground to be able to find it. And another thing is that they have to find it themselves, because this is the forest. I got lost so easy. Like, it's not even funny. I got lost from the first step. I went into the brush, into the forest. I was lost right away. And they don't have a map. Well, that's not even true. They were drawing the map. That's another thing. No one knows where that map is, because it existed, because they wrote it in the diaries that Krivonishenko is drawing the map as they go, and he's drawing the map, so to be used for another hikers. And that was the usual. It was among the documentation of the trek. They always drew a map. Usually Tibu was drawing the map, but this time Krivonishenko was doing it. And even on the photos, he's dragging behind the group because he's drawing. And then there is a radiogram where it says that Tempalov, this is the first investigator before Lev Ivanov, Tempalov flies away with everything that was found, but the maps, the drone maps, because they have a word for it's not a map, it's topos, drawn by hand topographic sketches. So they kroki in Russian. So I was looking for a word in English, and all I came up with topos, maps, sketches, drawn by hand. He left the sketches and the diaries when he flew away from the Dyatlov Pass. No one has seen the sketches. No, they're not in the case files. They're nowhere. Another thing and on the sketches, there should be marked where the Labaz is, because the Dyatlov group has to be able to find it.
Right. I mean, that's a really important element. If you don't have a map to get yourself back to your supplies.
Another thing,
and these are not newbies. These are kids that have done these types of
no, but the whole map, no, it doesn't matter if
they would mark that on a map. I just, yeah.
Marianne, it's not if they marked it or not. The map is just missing.
Yeah.
The document is not there.
And it kind of makes you wonder, you know, why aren't these maps?
I'll tell you why.
Why aren't these maps part of this? Because they would have been such an important part of the story, part of the investigation. I mean, where are these maps?
Another thing that's missing is the list with the food supplies of the Dyatlov group.
Yeah. See,
the first thing,
there's
wait a minute. There is more. The first place where we see something about food supply is the protocol of Maslennikov, who is the head of the search operation, who makes a protocol of the things found in the Labaz. The Labaz that's in the ground, and that is on a cardboard, and that has not a single bite from rodents. First of all, they didn't carry a cardboard with themselves. Second, if that food, loin, chocolate, I mean, if it was left there for a month,
something is going to get at it.
It's impossible not to. Also, the first photos of the alleged Labaz, you see traces of someone just, flattening the snow on top.
Yes, as though the entire site was staged. And you can almost see, okay, here's where somebody manipulated the snow in some way to cover over this, to kind of fit the story that they're trying to tell.
There is more, a lot of details are surrounding this Labaz, making it very suspicious. There is a phrase into one of the, at the beginning, the orders, before they made the connection to radiograms, they didn't have radio stations that worked. They tried, they brought some big things that didn't work. So the orders were given by paper inside canisters that was dropped from helicopters. That was even before they found the tent. They were just dropping the orders from a helicopter. And in one of these canisters, we have the written paper. It says you have to look for the cache site of the Dyatlov group, not the Labaz, the cache site. First of all, they at that time when that was written, they didn't have the tent yet. They didn't have the diaries. In the diaries, that cache site is called Labaz. Since then, since they read the diaries, the searchers also started calling it Labaz. But before that, it was, before that, no one knew that there is a cache site. They didn't even know if Dyatlov group reached Otorten. They didn't know where the group is. They didn't know anything. How many days they have been on the track? Where did they disappear? Where did they go? How did they know about cache site?
Yeah, that's hard to explain away. That's hard to not look at that with a raised eyebrow. That's
like, what?
Like, wait, what?
Before even look for the tent and the cache site. What? And then, so after that, when they read the diary, they started, well, where is the Labaz? And it was found 10 meters away from the trail where the searchers were going every day. 10 meters away. And it was marked with a gator. Now, if you're Dyatlov and you're coming back from the mountaintop, that
with the giant windy.
no, with the forest, there is no trail. How do you find the gator in the forest? You don't have GPS coordinates, you don't have nothing. How do you find your cache site?
I mean, the fact that they're trying to, they want people to believe that they place this cache site, this labaz, on the ground. When anybody with any sense that had any idea the lay of the land and
they had to hang it. They had to hang the products on a tree.
It could be buried in snow.
No, even if they didn't build a whole platform, they just had to tie it into something and hang it
elevated.
Yeah, this is how we do it nowadays. We leave supplies for our way back, and the whole, that's why what makes the bears so happy, because we just leave food everywhere. So now, and Maslennikov's protocol of supplies found on this suspicious labaz cache site starts with condensed milk. And the plant that I went to see with 5 directors, the CEO, the CTO, the head of the sales, the head of the production, they all say, no way that you could go in 59 and buy condensed milk from the market, from the store. Only cream. All the condensed milk was in the Ghost Reserve, in the Military Army Reserve, and this is where the searchers got it. But the Dyatlov group didn't have condensed milk, and what I found was from a cream. So we started finding a lot of metal objects in the ground. So next year, what I did with the Haglov Sweden, with the incremental bore, I'm gonna try to find some manufacturer, but I have to find out what metal detector will actually serve the purpose. Who is going, I don't have the money, I have to apply for a donation again. Just have to defend my case, because what we're having right now is something that last year when I found that tin can under 30 centimeters of earth with the ground and the roots and everything, someone else was there, a professional with a professional class metal detector, and he found that tin can. The metal detector that my friend, the Russian researcher that I went with this year, he has always brought his metal detector with him, but it only finds what's almost on the surface. So he didn't peep at all at that tin can that was found the year before. So I know that there is a lot that we haven't found yet that could be found with a better metal detector. And we cannot find with good or bad metal detector anything in the area of the labaz where my friend with the researcher with who is investigating the trees and who already hung a sign, here is the last campsite, known campsite of the Dyatlov group. Well, he actually says, well, here is the labaz. I agree that maybe that's the place where the cache site was put by someone, but I will agree that the Dyatlov group camped there only after we find their tin cans, because these years, no one was taking their tin cans with them. Nowadays, the tin cans are much thinner. They will rot away faster, but the tin cans from the 59 are still there. And if they camp, even if they camp at the slope where tent was found, we still have to be able to find, well, there are rocks there, nothing can be found there. But in the forest, Dyatlov Pass, we should find something there because everything still exists. By the way, Siberia is a very strange place where everything preserves. Doesn't matter, there's a lot of swamps and moss and rotting and insect activity. This is where the trees, I learned that from the professor that in Bulgaria, Institute of Forestry. He said that the trees in Siberia are studied for the climate changes thousands of years ago. And there is a very rich database about all type of trees from the area. And this is how it works. Even if you don't have a full section of the tree, even if you have a segment of 10 rings, they're compared with the rings of the trees in the area, and they match them by how close the rings are because they have to be in the same pattern. So they can tell these 10 years, even if you don't have the whole section, they can tell this year. So for me, it's important to find out where did the tree fall down. So if we can read the last, to me, the rings closest to the bark are very important. And the last year the bark was rotten. So this year I just cut off a full section, and I believe that most of it is rotten, but I believe that there is a section that it's very good. So I'm hopeful that we can have a more precise
get some information from it.
So there is a lot to be found out. The trees are there. The trees could be compared. Also, another thing, if you see a strange wound, trauma on the tree trunk, even if the tree is alive. Last year, I examined some birch trees which were cut off and broken. So I took a course from them, and again, by comparing with the rings of the surrounding trees, if that tree has a particular year different from the rest of the trees, then it was traumatic for that year. And you can see, it's on the side, the results from the previous expedition, that the 59 is very thin, thinner than any other tree in the area, because in that year, the what do you call it? The branch of that tree was cut off. So the tree was using more juice to actually grow, to grow more leaves to compensate for the lost branch, and that's why it didn't have enough energy to produce the ring as the rest of the trees. It was something happened to that tree in that particular year, so you can tell. But now that I can read the tin cans, and I can actually show the objects that we found in the earth to these searchers from 59. And they can tell you from which household this spoon was. So we can tell here they were camping here. So we could find the last campsite of the Dyatlov group, and then I can pursue my theory that they were camping on the other side of the Dyatlov Pass as well. So they didn't, by some strange, I don't know, reason, put the tent on the windy ridge, but as planned, they went over the ridge and hung the tent between the trees in the forest as they were supposed to have a restful day, because the next day they had to reach Otorten.
The big push, right?
Yeah. And so all I was getting at was what I did this year after we left this camp. The rest of the group went to look with that weak metal detector that we have for something again at the Labas, because all we know is that the Labas was 400 meters from the search camp, but we don't even know where the search camp is. Now we know. they also cut a lot of trees there so the helicopters could land. But Potyazhenko, the pilot, he said that even the 50-meter radius of a landing site that they cut off was not enough for him to risk a landing. So he went away and again landed at the Dyatlov Pass, at where the bodies and where the tent was taken away. They were always landing at the Dyatlov Pass. It's so open there. But in the forest, there should be a big area of cut off trees, but everything is grown up. So that's why we're taking course now to see if that tree was it's that old, if it was there, because we're comparing the photos. This is what you will see on the photos from the expedition. A lot of old photos, and we look at trees and look at photos, and some tree is in the way. We're taking a sample to see if it was there in 59, because even it's a very harsh weather. So the trees, even when they're so old, they're still not very big. I mean, the birch trees, not the cedar trees.
Right.
Yeah, they're not big. This is how they grow. And so this can be, this is huge. I mean, if we can take from the ground the objects and find out where everybody was in 59, this is huge. And so this is what we're doing right now. And I believe this is a big breakthrough. So there
Right.
were still,
yeah, if you can show conclusively that whole
oh, no. I'm having another thing, because they're gonna eat me alive if I find cans there, even if it's cream or not, or if it's whatever the plant says that is. No one is going to be convinced. But I have a different, much bigger goal. That's the second half of our theory. It's why the bodies were not found under the tree. Who moved them? Why move them? So we have, that's much harder to explain. In every theory, everyone is only talking about what made them leave the tent, and then they die. How they die? Well, you die. No one actually gets into why was that covered up? Why it was not found out? If it's natural, because half of the world is pointing out natural disaster. Well, why didn't they find out? And if it's natural, they should be able to just say what the reason is and close the case. I mean, why couldn't they point out the cause of death? They're not, I mean, it's much easier to find out than to cover it up and everyone to talk about it and all the suspicion and so on. So what we had this year, and we didn't find it, but we found something, was a picture, a photo from 2008 of a big pipe, like 5 meters pipe, metal pipe. And Yuri Yudin is looking at it. So every year they're going there, they see this pipe, and they didn't make anything out of it, just nothing. And it catches my attention because I'm looking for geologists who are not murderers, but they should be there. We think we have evidence of maps and work, aerial search from the air and the helicopters and everything. The geologists were there in the area, and they were looking for uranium or something else. They were looking for something. Well, they didn't find anything. That's why it was easy to not report, because they just moved to the next location, and we don't have reports of any mines there. Right there, but we believe that they were there. So this big pipe, it's either the chimney of the searchers' tent, because they had a stove and they had a chimney, a 3-meter chimney, or it's the geologist's pipe, or it's somebody else's pipe. Let's not jump to conclusion, but it's a pipe so big that it has to be transported with a helicopter, and the only helicopters that were flying were the geologist helicopters. No one else was there. So we couldn't find that pipe, but we found the next best thing. We found the chimney of the searchers. This year, with that weak metal detector, we found a 3-meter pipe of the chimney, which is not the pipe we're looking for from 2008. Because everyone was saying, oh, that's the chimney. Now we know it's not the chimney. So what is it? And I was going like crazy there. And I almost got lost a second day after I got lost the previous day. And it's all it's all in the expedition notes. So I will try now for the first time, never talked with anyone. I have been just closed here alone since I came back from the expedition, trying to catch up on nightmares and the food and bats. I haven't told anyone the story about the bear. Are you curious?
Yes, I am waiting to hear the story of the bear. You mentioned that. The bear and the cubs.
It's actually my story of making the pass. It's I feel sick every time when I start talking about that, because I'm trying, my nature is to joke about everything, especially about bears. I'm teddy bear, you know.
I know you love your bears.
They were not with me that time though, because I was carrying a lot of. I carried my own tent, the incremental. That was the drop when I left the bears out of my equipment, because the incremental borer, being twice as big from the normal, it weighted as much as my tent. It was, yeah, almost 2 kilos. So I had, and I didn't know who is going to do what. So I was prepared to, I even had tourists, hikers. So like I had, I had a lot in my backpack. So I let the bears. And everybody has their own Dyatlov Pass. This is what they say. About Kuryakov, the prosecutor who went there and was fired, they said usually when something happens to you and it's not good, they say, well, you didn't make the pass. When Yuri Kuntsevich died, that's what they said. He did not make the pass. Yuri Kuryakov was fired, he did not make the pass. It's a strange place, like Shamil, he blew up. It's still there. Well, that day, my group remained on this side of the pass to still search the Labaz. Since I am not interested in the Labaz because I don't believe it was left by the Dyatlov group there. Well, I'm interested, but they were all there. So I decided I wanted to go to my tree as soon as possible. I wanted to test the incremental boards. And the previous day, I found my present from the gods, and I asked the bird rock for permission for a successful expedition. So I was full of myself. Like I was so feeling that I'm invincible. I can do it.
Yeah, yeah, you would be. You're excited to get started. I mean, this is
no one should feel like that in the mountains.
This is your thing. You're ready to go.
I'm ready to go. So I said, oh, I want to go. And Shamil said, I'll go with you. I know where the cedar is. So we go, both of us. We started on the pass. We go. And Shamil again is connecting. Well, it's the same as the previous day. He's connecting with nature. He sings. He rolls down. He's drying his feet. So, and I see accumulating some clouds, and I'm starting talking to him as if we're married for 20 years. Come on, let's go. I cannot wait for you anymore. So, really. So I'm going ahead of him, and when it's a bare slope, I go fast. And we're moving the camp, so I'm with full gear on my back. So I'm moving fast, but as soon as I reach the forest, and it's not just the forest, it's brush, big plant everywhere. It's a jungle, it's a taiga. It's a taiga. What the vegetation is that there are the sources of all of the sources of the big rivers that are full of water at this time of the year, and they're covered with very deep plantation vegetation. So every time when you don't go with hiking shoes, comfortable hiking shoes, you go with rubber boots, and this is for 2 weeks now. So you're like not very comfortable walking with a heavy backpack, and you have to be very careful where you step, because you go down and you can twist your ankle and so on. And I'm wearing my bear whistle, because the rule is don't go in groups less than 3 people, because you need to make enough noise for the bears to hear you. You have to sing or whistle the whole time, because they just need to know that you're approaching. That's all it's asked from you. They don't attack. I don't even know if there is any case of people being eaten or attacked by bears, mauled by bears on the Dyatlov Pass, but there are a lot of bears. And these bears do not like people, because we come with ATVs, vehicles. They're all shooting with guns, rockets, loud, and dogs. And those fields, right now, the blueberries are getting ready, and the bears love it. So I have the video from phones, shaky videos of a lot of bears with cubs from the last expedition. They just want to eat blueberries. And all the tourists that go at that time are aggravating this situation, because this is their mountain and they're being chased away, attacked, and noise and pollution, and all this is horrible. And also the dogs, they're usually city dogs, which are very nervous. They're not dogs that are trained to preserve their energy. If they're hunting, they're hunting. If they're not hunting, they point to their master that there is a bear there, and that's where it ends. These city dogs, they chase the bear. Every time the dog has to go full down, loudly barking and chasing the bear.
Bark, bark, yes.
Yeah. And we were with the guy. I have photos, who came with his dog. I mean, he just joined us from time to time, not part of our group. And there was a rabbit on the trail, and the dog just killed it and spit it out, and that's it. I mean, he doesn't eat it. He just kills everything that it's not familiar to him, to the dog. Yeah, there are photos. Here is the rabbit, here is the dog killing it, and here is spitting it out. So there are dogs, blah blah blah. So I'm going into the forest, and there's Shamil passes me by. I'm used to go to the cedar tree from the tent. All the tourists routes go from the tent, so we can see how the Dyatlov group went down from the tent to the cedar tree. Yeah, but this time I'm getting a shortcut. I'm going through just across wherever. And I say to Shamil, I'll be fine. The moment
Famous last words.
famous last words. So the moment I enter the forest, I see him passing me by, and that's the last time I saw Shamil. For 2 hours, and I'm getting lost, which means that I think I should be where the route to the cedar is, but I'm not familiar with the type of trees. It's getting dark, not the sky. It was light. It was a daytime until 11:30 at night. But it's a dark forest with pine trees and nothing I can recognize as a familiar. So I'm screaming my head up, Shamil, Shamil, I'm whistling. So I got tired. I go in circles because I am looking for Shamil. I'm not even, it slowly sinks into my brain that actually I'm lost and I have to forget about Shamil. I'm sure he didn't leave me, abandon me, he just doesn't hear me. I didn't know that it's so bad that actually the whistle, no one can hear it, no one. It turns out that all this vegetation, the forest is just stealing the
Absorbing your noise.
nothing, no one hears me. I thought that the whole mountain hears me. I was whistling, I was screaming. It turned out nothing. No one heard me. So I was going in circles or something. I'm trying not to fall into some creek and twist my ankle. Actually, I should have mentioned that whole thing started from the states where bears are very common encounter in the national parks, and John Muir National Park. I loved that trek. I went with a friend, Ron, and a girl, Carol, which I went on the trek for the first time, and she came with very heavy backpack, and she was not used to this kind of a hiking at all. So we went, bought, rented the bear-proof cans, and so we're the three of us. Ron is very experienced. Carol cannot carry her backpack, and I was very absolutely calm because Ron knows everything. We were seeing bears everywhere, and I knew that if a bear chases us, Carol is gonna be the first one. She can't move. She couldn't run. So okay, I'm covered.
I don't have to be the fastest runner. I just have to be faster than you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was. So then for the first time, I saw bear poop, a big bear poop. It's a big pile. And Ron pointed to me, well, it's hard not to see it because there is no vegetation there. It's almost nothing to cover it up. So they like to poop on the trail, either to show that this is their territory or because it's convenient. And it was steaming. So it was a very fresh bear poop. And
so Ron, bear is close.
And Ron said, she's watching us. And that, I remember this, she's watching us. So, hee, ha, ha.
Okay. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel good.
That trek was wonderful, but I remember that incident. And I have pictures with my bears, with the bear poop, just to show how big the pile of bear poop is compared to my bears. It's a big pile. I know, bottom line, I know how a bear poop looks like. Okay, so back this year, back to the Dyatlov Pass. I'm in a taiga, I'm looking into my feet, I'm whistling in every breath out, like, every time I breathe out, I whistle, right? And I'm looking into my feet and I'm carrying this heavy backpack. And then I see, I have a deja vu. I see, no, actually first I saw small poop and I thought, okay, small poop, thank God it's not a big poop, this is deer. And then 5 steps from the small poop, I see deja vu. Same steaming pile of poop. And I'm looking and I'm whistling. And then in my head, I hear she's watching me. And I was like, I just lifted my eyes and she was there. She was 50 meters away from me. And I went like, we're just like that. I mean, it's a brain freeze. Nothing prepares you for anything like that. She's not even moving. She's just frontal looking at me. And
wait to see what you're going to do next.
I didn't think anything from that point on. All my brain cells just lined up and went checked out. So I don't remember how I unbuckled my backpack or why, but the first thing I did was drop my backpack. It was, and then I couldn't turn my back to the bear, and I couldn't walk towards the bear. I didn't think, I just couldn't do neither. So I just walked to the side. I just walked to the right.
Not
Slowly, I just turned to my right. And so half of the brain cells died while I was waiting for what she's gonna do. But the scariest thing came with the realization that, and I'm not making a sound, nothing. I'm just walking very slowly to my right. And after, I don't know, time, I don't know after how long, I realized that I knew even before that I have to spend the night alone. And now I don't even have my backpack. But even even worse was that I would never find my backpack. I'm already lost.
and there's a bear right there.
Yeah, but it was stupid what I did. But to this moment, I don't know what else would I do in the same situation. Well, I turned back and went for my backpack. But the natural thing is to expect that the bear is already checking the gift, because what I did is I just went and I presented her with my backpack.
Yeah, here you go, snacks.
So I went back, and I didn't look in her direction. I put my backpack on my back, and I went to the right. That was my encounter. I was dead for a long time. I walked like that, and then my first sign of life was when I stepped on a nest. So a bird like flew out very noisily, and then I made the scariest scream in my life that I have ever done. I screamed so loudly in such a frequency that I thought my feelings on my teeth are gonna fall down. I just felt my crowns trembling. I screamed my head off. It was from the bottom of my stomach, because very weird, but a friend of mine sent me the uncut version of Grizzly Man, and I was actually listening to it in the airplane. I listened to, Werner Herzog made the movie, and then he left the audio where they were eaten. But I got my hands on the audio, and I know that after he said, "Come out," to his girlfriend, "Come out, I've been killed." And she said, "Fight off," and started throwing things at the bear. I know that they got away. I mean, for a while, there was nothing, only they were discussing something or moving away. And then the bear came and killed them and ate them. So I knew that bears don't just go away, they come back. And well, I kept moving and waiting for it all to end. So the only thing that changed is that the whistle no longer was in the game. So I started screaming in Russian, "Help me," which sounds like "Помогите, помогите," but very loud. So I start screaming "Помогите." Another 2 hours. So before the bear, 2 hours that I was scared that I'm lost. After the bear, 2 hours I was expecting for the bear to eat me. So it's a very extreme situation where the adrenaline is hitting you so hard that you don't feel anything. You don't have any problems with the shoes, with the backpack, with the terrain, with the weather, with nothing. You're just one big muscle, just you keep going. I even mustered the brain activity to start remembering the map from my book. For God's sake, I made the map. It's a map that it's on top of a real photo of the terrain. I start thinking, where exactly did I come down from? What is the route that I am familiar with? Where should I be at the moment, and how the hell to go, where to go? Because I'm not lost as directions of the world. I know where north is. I see Hulatsahu the whole time. I see the peaks of the mountains, but where I am, in order to go on either of these directions, I have to go deeper into the woods. Like I have to actually get in much scarier place before I start coming up again. So I just chose to go deeper into where I believe the cedar is, having the map of my book in my brain, and I continue for another hour, and then they heard me. So they heard, well, there was a woman, Olga. She had seen bears before. She's wise. She doesn't lose her shit. And women hear higher frequencies than men. Well, Shamil found his way to the cedar, and the group came 5 hours after we parted. They came to the cedar without any problems. So when they learned that I'm lost, their plan was to go back on the ridge and wait for me to make the fire and to find me by the smoke. There's no other way to find me. That's why I knew, that's why I went back for my backpack. I knew that I have to make a fire because this is going to keep the bear away. And so she heard Pamagiti, and I start hearing their whistles, their screams. I start walking towards them. So they found me. First, I rushed to scratch the face of Shamil, and there I hugged him. I was so happy to see anyone. I would hug Yeti. I would hug anyone but the bear. I don't know. Maybe I will hug the bear. I don't know. So
I guess it's good that the bear didn't follow you. I guess it's good to know that the bear was more interested in eating blueberries than eating you.
Well, there is a continuation I was not aware of. After that, I learned something about the bear. So the 3 men with axes, they met me. They said, where is the danger? Where is the bear? Because that's the only thing that could be considered dangerous. No, because I started saying bear. Where's the bear? Where's the bear? Well, I know that you can maybe scream twice if you're attacked by a bear. That's all you will have 2 screams, not 5-hour screams. So we went back to the camp, and Olga, she came to me with something red in a mug, and she said, drink that. It was hot. She said, drink that. I took a sip, and it was a very strong thing. I took a sip and I said, thank you. And they call me a serial hugger. I hug everyone. And Josh Gates, I've
heard that.
And so she said, no, bottoms up, drink the whole thing. And I drank it. It was so good and strong, very strong. It just shook me. And I said, what is this? And because I knew that she has a special mix with she was making red tea from some red stuff, but that was stronger than the tea. And I knew that she's making something strong that she just adds water. I presume this is just before she diluted it with the water. And then she showed me what the Russians bring with them for emergencies. They buy alcohol from the pharmacy in a little bottle. They drink that in emergency. So she poured that in. This is what the Dyatlov group had. They didn't have vodka. They had alcohol from the pharmacy. It's a pure alcohol. This is what you buy for, because it's strong, it's clean. I mean, you have to know what you think. All the Russians in the mountains. It's a very small thing. It's not to get drunk. This is for emergency. This is if you're wounded, you can clean wounds with it and disinfect. And also in cases like me, when I'm in shock, because I was smiling. I was smiling unnaturally. So so I drank that thing, and then I sat by the fire and I start shaking uncontrollably. And I said, I have fever. So I had 39 Celsius. I don't know how much is that, but I developed just a spike of fever. I went to bed like, I just laid down and just went to sleep right away with everything, clothes and everything. And in the morning, I was fine, no fever, no nothing. But even before that, I start kind of feeling that you cannot joke about things and be disrespectful about things in the mountain, like the fire. You know, that's, I'm going to say it now because well, I presume Americans and Russians are not going to, I mean, watch this, because I wouldn't repeat it in front of them. But sometimes I'm trying to be funny and it's not funny at all. And here is the example. And I stopped doing that. One of the first days, there was, so we make fire every night, right? So I said the joke, do you know what's the difference between man and a woman? And I said, because a woman cannot pee on a fire. And then all looked at me and I felt so bad, because I meant, when I said it in Russian, it sounded, I mean, I said it exactly what I meant. You cannot extinguish a fire by peeing. I've never seen anyone doing it, but it's just something you imagine men can do if they want to bring water and extinguish a fire. They can pee on the fire. But the Russians looked at me in such a way, they said, don't make jokes about the fire, never do that. And I understood. They said, the fire has a soul. You are at the mercy of the fire. You will need a fire to survive. So I mean, these people, they don't drink, they don't smoke, they don't do anything like that. And they're real mountaineers and with a deep respect to nature, not like the Mansi. The Mansi have gods for everything. They don't believe that then you're going to be punished because you made the joke. They just don't find it funny. They cannot imagine anyone peeing on the fire, because that joke is funny if you imagine a woman peeing on the fire, but they couldn't even imagine a man peeing on the fire. Peeing on the fire, period. You don't even joke with the fire. The same thing is with the tree. When we showed what we found on the south slope of the Dyatlov Pass, where the searchers camp is, we showed a staple that was nailed into a tree on a height that looks like it could be used to hang a tent. So we decided that why would you need that if you can just wrap the rope around the tree? I don't know, but there is a staple there, big staple. And we show it to Ashkenazi, and he said, we would never do that to a living tree. We never, even in 59, he said, we never chopped, sawed off, crushed living trees. We always could find a lot of dead wood. This is what we were using. We would never do that to a living tree. Why is this staple there? It's still something we have to find out. What was it used, or maybe not everyone was feeling like that about the trees, like Ashkenazi, who is he's a great Man, I mean, if you knew him, that's the other thing when I'm dealing with the case. Why am I doing that? Because believe me, I have enough problems and expenses doing this that do not balance what, well, it does balance what I'm getting out of this, because mostly because of the motivation. I have such a drive to go there and meet them. It's always getting better and better. Even after the Discovery Channel trek to the Dyatlov Pass and the filming, I felt postpartum depression. Like, that's it. That's the best moment of my life. I was in a movie with Josh Gates, and now nothing is gonna top that. And then the next expedition was a completely different thing. And now this year's expedition is, well, besides the fact that I'm alive,
You didn't get eaten by a bear.
it's a present. You start, I mean, you appreciate things in a new way. All of my accidents are, I mean, cause me to being happy for no reason, to re-evaluate everything. But this sounds like something you learn, you read, or go to a shrink and they make you think like that. This is every time, because I have been in an avalanche. I mean, that's a different story. I have been on an erupting volcano. Again, my stupidity made me actually go and look into an erupting volcano when Semeru in Indonesia.
I would probably do that. I'm not gonna lie, I really kind of have a thing for volcanoes. I would have been right there with you. So
no, that story, you will. I'll briefly tell the story, because it's almost like me getting lost at the Dyatlov Pass. It's innocent thing after innocent thing. You don't feel it. People say be careful. I'm careful all the time, and I still get in trouble. It's just you don't know that you are not being careful. Usually you are stupid, like me going with Shamil, right? Or even I can go with Shamil. He's a friend. He likes me so much. He loves me, but I have to chain myself to him, because I mean, that's his talent. His biggest talent is to get lost. So I cannot tag along. I cannot keep up with him. So in Indonesia, it is very similar, by the way. I now see similarities. Do you want me to get some light? Let me just try, because it's getting dark. Is it? No, this is not better. I don't know what to do to get some light. But maybe if I put brighter skin, how's that?
I can see you fine.
You could see me even before. Okay. So in Indonesia, Semeru is the biggest volcano on Java. And Java, I think it has been quite a while, but it's the biggest volcano on that island, because Indonesia is plenty of islands. And it's closed because it spits out, what do you call that? The
lava?
No, not lava yet. Before
the
that.
Gas?
It's
Sulfur.
not just gas. It's the.
Is it the sulfur?
Smoke when it comes. What do you call that? The dust.
Steam. The steam.
It's not steam. It's very fine. When it looks like a atomic mushroom.
Oh, it's like the pyroclastic emission.
Well, the pyroclastic is really dangerous. It goes down and actually goes before the lava. Well, it's spitting out.
The pyroclastic flow, I think, is what they call it.
What is left after something is burned down? It's the what do you call it? My God. Bear with me. Ashes.
Oh, well, geez.
So it's spitting ashes, right? And
really overthinking that.
So it was closed. because they were expecting that he might actually blow up because all the indications were in place. So tourists were not allowed to go up. But me and my husband, we love volcanoes because you don't have to carry gear. You just go and look into the volcano, into the crater, right? So we saw that the Indonesians, the locals, are still going up. And we always do what the locals
Do what the locals do. Yeah.
Yeah, they know better, right? So it's a Semeru, it's a beautiful cone like that, and it's all pebble. There are no trails, nothing, because you make 2 steps up and 3 you slide down. 2 steps you slide down. It's all going down. It's very stable, running down, and so it's very hard to walk. My point. So the Indonesian, you have to start very early. There was the legend that if you make it to the top before 5 or 6, they start spitting out ashes and gases and all the rest after the morning, after sunrise. So everyone was trying to be on top by sunrise, and it's beautiful. So, or at least this is what we thought, why the locals were going up so early in the morning. Always they start at midnight, but they're very short people, so their legs are shorter. So we thought we'll start at 3 a.m. because we are gonna make faster time, better time than them. And we started up, and we got to the first, second Indonesians, and then my husband stayed behind talking to them, smoking cigarettes and stuff. He was amused, taking his time, and I went ahead, same like Dyatlov Pass, right? I went ahead.
This sounds familiar.
Because I was so determined, because it was hard to walk. So I was thinking, I want to get it over with. So I was going up, going up, going up. And so I just happened to be on the top before anyone else, like 30 minutes ahead of everyone, ahead of the first Indonesian that was climbing up. And it's again a huge plateau, and there is a huge crater somewhere. And there is a sign to the peak, which is not a peak, is a crater, but there is a sign. I don't see the crater, but I know it's in this direction. And while I was climbing up, I heard something that sounded like mining explosion somewhere very far away down in the ravine. It was a loud boom, but very like underground. It was a loud boom. Well, people do blow up things. I didn't connect the dots. So I continue for 20 minutes toward where it says is the peak. And then maybe like this far away, 1 meter, I mean, really close, I saw a wall coming up in front of me, a very gray, dark gray wall that it's like a movie. It's very silent. It was just going up like that in front of me. And I was, oh my God, this is the mushroom. It almost went like that. I was going to look down at the crater when the mushroom came up.
You're like, wow, shit, that escalated quickly.
So I turned around, start running, but it's not easy to, I told you how hard it is to walk there. So, and the people down, they heard the boom, and when they saw the mushroom going up, they made a photo of the mushroom, and there is a little orange smudge. That's me running.
That's you? You're the smudge?
I'm a smudge on the peak. And then I was running down, And when I came to the first, not looking back like the bear.
Yeah.
So when I came face to face to the first Indonesian, who was like a mummy. He was with the, all the face covered up and everything for the ashes, for the gases prepared. I just grabbed him, pulled him down, and start screaming, "We're gonna die! We're gonna die!" He couldn't get rid of me.
Oh,
And
this is how I die on the side of a volcano with a random guy covered in ashes. Oh my
I
God.
was seeing myself like on Vesuvius. These figures.
It's like
I was trying to hug him so they can find us in this embrace, both of us. And he was trying to make a selfie, getting rid of the white woman. He was kicking me to get away. I want a selfie with the mushroom.
oh my God. Oh my God. Here's the video of this. Oh my God. Wow.
So things like that. I have friends.
And your story, and as funny as your story is, can you imagine when that random guy tells people his story? Like, all I've been trying to do is snap a picture up on the side of the volcano, and this crazy woman attacks me and is trying to crush me like a giant snake. All I want to do is take a picture. He's like,
These white people, they have problems.
Like,
she couldn't handle it. She broke down.
But it'd be like Dyatlov Pass over again. They'd find his body and he'd have all these crushed ribs, and they'd be like, what happened to him? No, it wasn't the volcano. It was the lady. She was hugging him. It's fine. We figured it out. It's fine. It's fine. His ribs are broken because of Teddy. It's fine.
On my way down, I met my husband. I said, okay, I had enough volcanoes. I'm going to wait for you down there. So I'm waiting down there. He took his time. After 2 hours, I'm sitting on something because while I was running, screaming, it was dawn, not fully a daylight. So I sat on something that was, I don't know, flat, relatively not pebbly to the butt. So I'm sitting on something, taking my shoes off, all the pebbles and stuff. And when my husband came down, Yuri, I said, well, it's so hard with so many holes and stuff where you can, if you make a wrong step, you're gonna sink in and get lost, and so easy to just vanish here. How are these Indonesians finding their way down, up and down? And Yuri said, look, what are you sitting on? And I look down and what's under my butt. I'm sitting on gigantic plate with more than 100 names of people that have disappeared there.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I want to travel with you.
I have friends, every time when they see me, they say, oh, you're still alive.
Oh my God. You just almost had a volcano kill you.
And then I was in an avalanche. A real avalanche.
Resting your butt on the monument to all the people that have disappeared. Girlfriend, you are a wild woman.
And every time when people say, oh my God, you must be dangerous to go with you, I said, no, those are stories of survival. Look at me, I'm still alive and kicking. That makes it safe.
Yet here I
am. You know what? I have a phobia.
I don't want to travel with are the people whose names are on this rock that my ass is currently on. Those are the people you don't want to travel with. I'm the person you want to go.
I have a phobia of flying, although nothing have ever happened to me in an airplane, but I have a phobia. I don't like flying, but I fly all the time. So I'm trying to, everyone tries for more leg room, and if you can get to the exit door, it's, you know, good. It's getting harder and harder with all the paid seating. But in the old good times, I was sitting to the exit door. It wasn't funny because every time when they asked me, do you know English, can you open the door? And I said, I will open it one way or the other. I'm so scared I'm gonna open it.
If I need to, I'm gonna get that door open, don't you worry.
But so that time I'm flying with Southwest, I believe. You correct me if the airline is not the right one. But I'm flying. One way to cope with the fear of flying is to talk to people, strangers. So I'm telling them in advance, I may be chatty or I may make strange sounds. Don't be. There's nothing I know that you don't. It's just I'm afraid of flying. So this is my mechanism to cope. And I'm looking at the instructions, and I said, look, we shouldn't open the exit door when there is flames, monkeys, the underwater, stuff like that, right? I'm doing the chatting. And the guy next to me, he kind of, he froze and said, what do you know about me? I said, nothing. I just talk to people. I'm sorry. He said, I was in I was in Hudson flight, the Sally flight, the flight that landed in Hudson River.
Oh God! Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
God!
Yeah.
Oh
So his name is John. He was in 14A. I have his autograph, and I wanted him to tell me everything, every second of that flight, because I watch all of the Mayday, air crash, it's just I feed this obsession with more information. It's fascinating to me, and he's sitting next to me, and I'm like, tell me everything. So he tells me, well, and he's afraid of flying now too, but he's telling me. And I listen, Marianne, and I'm telling to him, John, I'm so happy that I sit next to you, because, you know, once you have had emergency landing or on the water, whatever, so it's not very probable that's going to happen again. Because, and I start telling him the avalanche, the volcano, even the crash. I mean, my car accident didn't happen yet. So I'm telling him all of the volcano avalanche, and I had a rock slide, the ceiling fell off on top of me. I have a lot of stories. And you know what he said? And the flight attendant started bringing free beer to make the conversation better sounding, because he's telling about the water, I mean, the landing of and it's the same airline. So whatever airline was the Hudson River air flight, we were flying the same line. And you know what John said? He called the flight attendant and he asked to be moved to a different seat, because he said that my statistic is stronger than his statistics, and sooner or later I will fall.
I feel like all these things that have happened to you, all these near misses. Have you ever seen like those charts where they will, like, you see them on aircraft, on like World War II bombers? You'll see on the side of the plane they have stenciled all the different things that they've bombed. I feel like you should have a stencil with you where you have a volcano and a mountain, yep, and a bear. I feel like you should start stenciling these on a wall somewhere so that you can keep track of all these things. Yeah, you are charmed. You are charmed. I think that's what it is. I think you have such good karma that you are charmed. The world is literally throwing shit at you to see what will stick, and it is bouncing off you like bullets off of Superman. There you are. Dun,
But
dun,
every
dun.
time after that, you feel more alive. And again, I don't feel that I'm attracting danger or that I'm going into or I'm causing something or I just happen to be in places where something is going to happen. No, I think I'm following my normal life path and just I'm surviving it until I'm not going to survive. But then again, we're not going to survive life, right? We all have expiration date. So I'm not going to keep myself away from
None
adventure.
of us are
That's what I'm
getting out
saying.
of this alive. So we gotta make it as interesting as possible in the time we have.
So you know
There's
what got me, have we talked about what got me into the Dyatlov case?
I don't think we have. Um,
Well,
no, I mean, I know for me, I know I have been fascinated by it since I was probably a oh my gosh, I'm gonna show you how old I am now. I had an aunt that used to get these, and it was a Reader's Digest monthly subscription, like a magazine subscription. And I was the weird kid that loved to read a lot, and I loved historical things like that, like third grade. The book report in third grade, where you're supposed to choose an inspirational person to do your class book report, and then you present it to the class, and the teacher gives them a cute little list. Oh, you can pick from these. It's like, oh, look at George Washington and Martin Luther King and Abraham Lincoln and Eleanor Roosevelt. Yeah, okay, sure. I did my third grade report on Howard Carter and the discovery of King Tut's tomb. And let me tell you, the look on my fellow third graders' faces when I'm giving this presentation to the class and they're looking at me like, huh? Who? Yeah, so I was that kid. I was a weird kid. But anyway, she had these plastic milk crates, big plastic containers of all these magazines that would come every month. And I would go to her house on the weekends sometimes, and I would pour through these magazines. This was like great. Oh my gosh, they're so cool. And there was one, and I remember it very clearly, and it was the mystery, the unsolved mystery of the Dyatlov
cool.
deaths. And I saw unsolved and mystery. I'm in. Okay. So I read this story, and this is probably a story where there was not a whole lot of information yet, because I'm guessing based on the time, it was probably not long after, the Western world was hearing about this for the first time. So this was kind of there in the back of my mind as a kid, and just learned a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And as more information came out, and then you hear like the crazy stuff, oh, aliens and,
So it gets
giant
your attention.
snow
Because
monsters.
how can this be based on real events like the Devil's Pass?
So I mean, that kind of planted the seed in there, and I've been interested in it ever since. And then Josh came along and did the episode. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. Okay, I know this story. I know about this story. But I mean, I'm sure for you, very different type of a story for you.
No, I haven't told you.
No, that's what I mean. I definitely want to hear this.
Well, I didn't know anything about the word Dyatlov. I didn't know. Okay, so we're going to volcanoes because I started about the volcanoes. So one of the next volcanoes after Semeru was Karangetang. We found we love Indonesia, so like the 5th time when we were there, we went to Sulawesi. It's the big island, and there is small Siao, very small island, which was just the peak of a volcano. And Karangadan wasn't active at the time. So yeah, I know how to behave on an active volcano, right? So there is no tourism, nothing. They didn't even ban it. Although I have a photo of that's a danger area, like closed area, but didn't even have a trail. There was a jungle there, so we went with machete, how much we could cut our way closer to the volcano. It was spitting ashes, but so we went back, and we hitchhiked. No, well, not really hitchhiked, because there was no public transportation. It's a very small island. There are a lot of islands in Indonesia, and there is no touristic things there, so there was no buses, nothing, hotels, and so we convinced the truck which was transporting construction materials like bricks, sand, iron rods, stuff. He didn't want to take us because he was having a job. He was working for a construction company. They were building houses, and there were 2 people in the cabin, so there was no seats for us or anything. And Yuri said, "Oh no, we were actually just traveling. We were not a family back then." So that's 2012. And he said, "No, the back of the truck is fine for us." And it was fine. We just sat down with the backpacks and everything. So we went down, and he stopped. To be truthful, he stopped, looked something underneath, kicked the tires. He got up again, the driver, and we went down the mountain. And at some point, we knew that he's out of control. He doesn't have brakes, so it was a runaway truck. So we smashed. On one side was a crevice, like a void, and he smashed with 70 kilometers per hour. He smashed the truck into the rocks so we don't fall down. And I died. They called the priest for me because I was, well, my husband had the iron rod into his forehead, so basically it broke his bone. So it was, if it was like millimeters down lower, it would go into the brain like a horror movie, right? So he had broken forehead, and his eye was kind of a not quite, couldn't see anything. But I was exactly like, okay, so I had a flail chest, no scapula, brain damage, and my left arm was completely shattered. So
Oh,
that was,
wow, yeah.
and so they took me. There is no hospital on Seattle, so, and we didn't have money for any evacuation, didn't have insurance. We were not actually together. He bought his ticket with his credit card. I was not covered, and so they put me in a cargo, on a ship, on a cargo ship. I have a photo of me among boxes in a cargo ship. I'm flat. There is a doctor with me monitoring my breathing. And so the ship took 3 hours, 5 hours to mainland, where they had to actually take all the cargo of the ship because they couldn't take me. It was so steep that the ship had to go up to take me out of the cargo. And they took me to the first hospital that didn't have x-ray, but they said, "I'm having a flail chest and I'm dying." So they called the priest, who didn't even speak English, which was not my problem, really. I was puking my guts because I had concussion, and I could not move at all. And I was going in and out conscious. So, and then they took me to a bigger hospital where they said they don't have, and they made the first x-ray. I had a flail chest, the fracture of 6 ribs, and one lung was pulp, full of blood. So you usually die with such a trauma. And they was waiting me to die. Then after I didn't die for 4 days, next to me was on the bed was 18-year-old girl. Her name was Inri. and we were sharing equipment for blood saturation and things. She had the same trauma. She flew from the windshield of her whatever car or something. She died on the 4th day. So the trauma with the flail chest, if you 50% die on the spot, and then critical is the 4th, 5th day. Something with the body, because they cannot operate on you. You cannot breathe. If you cannot survive, well, it's crucial that they start draining the blood out of the lung, so you don't drown in your own blood. So when I didn't die, they start having hopes that maybe I will live, and they told Yuri to move me to a hotel because I'm gonna surely die in the hospital for infection, because there were cockroaches, ants, flying bats, whatever. So I had to wait until they could evacuate me on a special plane. I could not fly commercial because I had to be flat with oxygen, surgeon, and a nurse. Because when I go up, because there is a pneumothorax, there is blood, but also there are bubbles of air in your lungs. So when they expand, you stop breathing, they have to be able to, I don't know what, they cannot operate on this. If they cannot operate on the ground, why would they be able to operate in the air? Because they didn't have good enough of a surgeon to operate on something like that. So we didn't have any money. So Yuri sold an apartment, and this is how I became his investment. That's why he married me, so to follow, not to lose his investment. So we evacuated to Kuala Lumpur, and there they started consultation. They said with Israel, with France, with I don't know where, and with United States, they said, well, if they bring us something like that from the freeway, from a car accident, we're going to operate right away, because the pieces of the ribs, they're floating right now. They can pierce organs anytime. And then you have to staple the ribs and stuff. But she's alive for 10 days, so she might as well stay alive, somehow survive. But anyways, if you don't know what you're doing, you better not open her if she's breathing on her own. So the important thing is that when you breathe in, if your chest is expanding or if it's collapsing. If it's collapsing, you're gonna die. If it's expanding, you're gonna live. And so somehow they didn't operate. I mean, I was fine. I was alive. I don't know how, but I was alive. I was having subdural hematoma, which means that my blood was making some parts of my brain not work. So they stopped processing properly what I was seeing. So the eyes are sending information, but the brain is not processing. So I start seeing zombies. I start seeing people anatomy very weird. Like I saw a woman with the arm coming out of her back, and I asked Yuri, what happened to that woman? She's not even a patient. Why is her hand coming out from her spine? He didn't understand what I'm talking about. And then when he went to the same distance from me, I saw his head was 180%. I was seeing zombies. That was the most frightening thing. I mean, I couldn't move. I have the collarbone is broken. The scapula is like chips, and I don't have 6 ribs. And this arm is totally shattered. So that arm is floating. So I'm not having arms. I'm not having brain. I see zombies. And the nurses don't speak English. So and then Yuri said, actually he knew, he said, you're like Dyatlov Pass, you're like Ludo Dubinin. So I'm like, what? So, and when I went back to Europe, I started going in Vienna. They didn't want to operate on me at all. In Kuala Lumpur, they made a very bad operation on the elbow. They never opened the chest. But and since then I'm trying to make my left arm work because it's not working. It's like it's very strong, but I cannot do anything. I cannot open or close. It's like that. It's strong, but it's not, I don't have motion range at all. Actually, tomorrow I'm going to see the same surgeon that saved me because I had necrosis. They wanted to cut off my arm to see if he can do something about that after how many years. But anyways, I heard about Dyatlov. So that's when I started trying to figure out what happened with Dyatlov. And by the way, all of the doctors, even now, if they see my x-ray, because my chest is still like Luda Dubinina, they never operated on my chest. So I don't have ribs. The pieces are just floating someplace. With Luda Dubinina, what killed her is the piece of her rib pierced the heart. So she had blood in her heart. This is what killed her 20 minutes after the trauma. And just the pieces didn't hurt me. But even without that, the fact that I'm carrying 25 kilos of backpack and going on my own on expeditions is a miracle to any surgeon, to any doctor, by the way. They cannot believe that I can do that because usually my skeletal anatomy is so compromised that it's a miracle that I can do all I can do. And I want to keep doing it. I'm very grateful that I can do it. And I'm the spitting image of Luda Dubinina trauma-wise. So it's like I was given, even now when I go to the doctor and say, can I do something right or wrong to improve my situation? They always say, we don't know what situation is that. And they ask for permission to show my x-rays in lectures to just show that with trauma like that, if you don't touch it, you can still have a full life. I mean, it's normal life. Because even now, my x-ray looks like I'm dead. And since then, since I was given a second life near that experience, that's the closest to death that I have been, because I was out. I was in a zombie land for a long time. And even now, they're telling me that I should be very glad that I'm functioning. And it was given to me because the bear just let me go, but the car accident did happen. It wasn't a near miss. I was broken. I was broken. And then I continue living. So there is something that is giving me a chance to do. And since this is happening, this is actually, I make difference. I find things. I'm dedicating my time and my everything, my energy. It's my drive. I attract good people that are making me learn new things. I make friendships with experts, even with people like you. I mean, I cherish that. I don't have time, or how to say it, there are no people left around me that I don't have something to do. Could be examining trees, could be hiking, I just don't have time to just talk about, I don't know, kitchen recipes or the weather. I don't have kids. I don't have any other.
I am right there with you. I actually hear this at work a lot. Don't you? This is what I hear. Don't you ever just take a weekend and just do nothing? Don't you ever relax? No, hell no. I mean, there's probably some kind of creepy, abandoned, haunted. There's some kind of weird place I can go to this weekend. I'm not gonna sit at home and watch TV. Sorry, Josh. I could watch. I could sit home and watch reruns of Expedition Unknown. I could do that. Okay, and in all fairness, I will do that sometimes at night when I can't sleep. I will turn on the TV and turn on something like that because it's something
I watch TV too.
I already know the story. already know how it ends, so it kind of can lull me to sleep because I'm not like, oh, that's really interesting. Let me do a little extra research while I'm watching that. Hold on. But I can't get behind the idea of I'm just gonna sit and do nothing today. That's just not me. There's something, else that I could be doing, or someplace I could be going, something I could be learning.
You're an active person. I was referring to people. I don't know what to do with people if I don't talk about the Dyatlov Pass or some adventure. I prefer to do the adventure, not to talk about the adventure, or talk about the adventure while we were adventuring. But it's just nothing. I don't have common grounds, numerator, or topics to discuss with people. Just if I don't have anything to do with them. That's why I'm surrounding myself with people that we could do something together. It might not be related to the Dyatlov Pass, but we need to do something. I just can't kill time by not doing anything, just with people. On my own, I'm good alone. I can sit and read. I can sit and watch TV, research something. I'm sitting behind the computer doing the website, translating and publishing and new materials, endless hours. Right?
Oh yeah, I feel that.
But with the people, I'm kind of I cannot say bored. It's like a waste of time for me. I'm wasting time because I don't know how to help them. It's not that they're boring. It's just I don't have anything in common. I don't know how to help them. I'm used to be helpful. And when you are successful, I was thinking today, what's the definition of success? Because I was some cookie fortune came that happy success. What was it? Success will not make you happy, but if you're happy, you'll be successful, something like that. So I was thinking, well, but while we all know what happiness is, because you were just happy, what is success? Success according to who? Like, what is success? And for me, success does feel like you have achieved something by your judgment. You know that you thought something else and now you think different, and you brought to light something, you achieved something. And if you keep doing this for a long time, the success is really visible. It manifests into some kind of a result that others can benefit from. And I have long learned to not pay attention to haters and people that are trying to bring you down. There are lots of people like that. Let them come with me, they're gonna die.
They're gonna get eaten by a bear.
They're gonna, here.
Yeah, you just have to run you just have to run faster than they do. That's all. Throw some blueberries at them. It's fine. It's fine. You got them.
So it's life. It's really full. I mean, it's full. My plate is full. I like it this way. I like it. It's
and success and happiness is relative because it's different for everybody.
If it makes you happy, keep doing it, because there's so many things that are, I think there will be found by, I don't know, the stereotype that are very good to do. I don't want to call things that are somebody else's success, but I cannot do fitness or diets, or I eat everything. I eat very good, because when you're in the mountain, there is no way that you eat bad, because you eat what you can get your hands on. And you hope it's not poisonous, like the mushrooms that we make soup from. And everything that doesn't kill you is healthy. That's my
there you go. Yeah. I mean,
it's the rules that in the city are imposed by some, it's up to you if you follow them or not. In nature, nature, in adventure, these are the rules of surviving. These are not rules. You have to do this in order. I don't filter the water because it's good. I filter it because I had so many parasites in India that they said in Vienna, we have never seen someone come back with so many souvenirs. That's a euphemism.
The souvenirs you didn't want.
No one wants these souvenirs. They want some.
Exactly.
Souvenirs I didn't buy. I didn't pay for.
Yeah, the free ones.
It's you cannot be, but you cannot be afraid of life, because everyone says, well, bad things can happen there and here, and if you do that, too bad if you stay behind the computer, too bad if you stay late, too bad if you don't run, too bad if you run because your knees are going.
No, don't go down that dark, creepy tunnel underneath the abandoned asylum. There could be bad things there. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I've got a headlamp on. It's fine. Get out of the way. Come on. I got photos to take. Get out of the way.
I know that life is abrasive. It's going to, do damage, because this is what living is. I don't want to die in mint condition, right?
There is actually, and I think that you relate to this. There's actually a really famous quote, and I'm having a blonde moment. I can't even remember who said it, but the gist of it is that the purpose of life is not to arrive at death in perfect condition. Yes. The purpose really should be to, slide in broadside at the last minute, busted up in a cloud of dust, going, wow, what a ride. And
Absolutely.
That to me is the truest thing, the very truest thing.
Also, I can tell you that dying is not that scary or painful. You just don't remember anything. It's just, I'm not saying that people should do dangerous things, because there are more things that you would want to do, but dying in an accident, you don't remember a thing. It's just, for example, falling with the plane down, I'm afraid of the minutes that I will remember.
And these days it's like it's like in Lord of the Rings. Versus going out of your house can be a very dangerous thing. And these days, just going to work, getting in a car, all of these things are dangerous things. So if you're going to accept the mundane dangerous things, then I guess don't be afraid to embrace the really spectacular, dangerous things, because those are the things that are going to really define you and really going to let you know that what you're doing is worthwhile. So I'm just
pain.
Most people will do it. All right, it's fine. I got this. It's fine.
Pain actually is equal life, because I learned this when my hand was rotting away. I had the hole instead on the elbow. Here it was a hole, and you could see the bones and the metal and the wires and everything, and there was no blood and no pain. So I had all these doctors surrounding me, and they were poking, and they were so looking with such a pity at me, and they were asking, no pain? I said, no pain. So they, how they fixed it. They started cutting off every day more and more, until they cut off so much that I start feeling pain. So blood and pain, that's life. Also, if you don't feel anything, that's bad. That's even an emotional state. Also, feeling is good. When it hurts, that means you're alive. Also, it only hurts after an accident. It only hurts if you come back to life. Then it hurts. Then it really hurts.
Yeah. So,
I'm not saying I'm not saying that you can feel alive only if you hit bottom. If you nearly die. No, I'm just saying just appreciate that. You don't need to nearly die to start appreciating that. I remember when I was nearly a month laying in bed because I was broken all over. Then my goal in life was not even to be able to walk, leave alone, no one knew if I'm going to be able to climb mountains again. I wanted to be able to sit because I couldn't sit. I was losing consciousness because if you're laying for too long, then when you get up, the blood goes down, drains from your brain, and you lose consciousness. I remember there was a male nurse. His job was to help patients to get up and start walking again, right? And he's helping me. I get vertically and I faint, and he's like, yeah, that's how I affect women. They just they just faint when they say it. It's no, I don't recommend this to anyone, to see the hospital from the inside. But if you are shown how much you are given as a present, I mean, you're just given, like the bear, like the volcano, like the avalanche, like the accident. Do something with it. Just forget the BS. Just forget the people that are trying to hurt you or said something. That's not important. That's only in your head. Clean up this head. Clean it. Clean it. The zombies. The zombies.
Well, and clearly, after all of those things that have happened to you, all those things you've survived, clearly the universe has other plans for you. Clearly, you are needed for something else.
Well, karmically, I don't know. I feel alive and some drive to go back there. And even before George Gates took me to the location, I just knew for 10 years I kept working on this. Every minute I had, I kept working on this. This is like, I felt I should be, this is my thing. You know how difficult it is for people to find their thing, the one thing that they feel is their purpose, make them happy. Like there was Ashkenazi that I told you I made friends with him. He's, I don't know how old, 86. Karelin is 91. So those are the searchers that found the bodies. And they see me with the tin can, the smashed tin can from condensed milk or cream or whatever. And I'm so happy. And they're like, oh my God, it's so hard to find something that makes you so happy. And people can be with much worse obsessions, you know what, and you have to come up with more expensive and more hard to find things to make you happy. I'm happy to go in the taiga and dig up the tin can or something that's for other people is trash. Yeah, that makes me happy. What's wrong with that?
Some people live their whole life and never find out what their thing is because they never venture outside their little circle.
And that's the good thing, that we're different, that we should go after different things. Can you imagine all the world the Dyatlov Pass, or all the world at I don't know, skydiving? I don't want to skydive. The mosquitoes on Dyatlov Pass make me happy, okay? So it's fine. I don't have to explain it to other people. I know them by names, every mosquito.
Yeah, because every single one of them probably bit you.
Yep. It's better to make friends with the things that you cannot avoid.
There you go.
The monsters.
There you go. Well, maybe the universe knows that you are going to be the one that figures it out.
Maybe but respect to
every, right. Maybe this, you're right, and maybe this is your purpose. You know,
until things stop happening,
throwing this at you because you know this is what you're supposed to do.
Well, if it's nothing is happening, or there is no development, I won't be going there just as a tourist, but I have plans. I know what to search for, and I'm finding things. And I know I'm on the right path because people are helping me, like they're giving me equipment and find visa. I'm having friends there that help me with everything, even small things like I go with a suitcase full of books, and because I bring gifts for the plant, for the foundation, for this, and 4 languages. My book is called the same 1079 in all 4 languages, in Russian, English, Spanish, and German. It's the number. And so I'm with the full suitcase, and then I have to go to the mountains. So what do I do? Where do I leave it? It's like a whole fortune to leave it where they keep their cameras to keep luggage and stuff. So I just go to the nearest big hotel, and I say, they advertise that if your check-in time is 12 and you don't want to pay additionally for earlier check-in time, they can keep your suitcases for until it's 12. So I go there and I said, well, I have a suitcase. Would you keep it? Yeah, sure. Are you checking in today? I said, in 24 days. What? And I opened the suitcase, I showed them the book, I gave the book with the autograph. I can keep my books and suitcases in that hotel forever, ever. They know me there. So it's for the cause. Even when I ask for help from people, they give me the support, which is encouraging. It's nice. It's even when I was applying for a visa. Now the Russians, I mean, I don't want to get into politics, but you know, the Russians suffer too. So they're all yelled at and you know, attacked, and they hide. They don't want to give addresses where to apply for the visa. So I went through the back door and I said, okay, I'm applying, here are my papers. They're all, because it's the same company that helped with George Gates. So they're professionals and they're my friends now. So I apply for a visa and I'm prepared with the book again. She gives me the visa. I'm approved for the visa, and she says goodbye. I want to show off with the book because it's in Russian. So I mean, I brought the Russian book, and I said, well, just so you know, I have a book in Russian, and I'm speaking in Russian with her, and she grabbed the book and started opening it because it's covered with plastic, and I said, I got it back and I said, can I sign it for you? What's your name? She told me her name, and while I was signing, she started crying. You know, I meet with people. There is nothing about politics. This case has been, I mean, cold case since 65. It's not about how many people died. It's about how they died and why is it so difficult to find out. It's not about where it happened. Even the companies that help me, oh, we don't want to do anything with Russia. No, I know, neither do I. It's just the case happened there. This is the grounds where it happened. If you don't want to have anything to do with it, I would understand. And they still help me. So, I mean, it's bad. I cannot help what happened nowadays. I just keep doing what I know how to do. It's
and at the end of the day, it kind of transcends politics, because at the end of the day, it's about the lives that were lost,
about the lives.
the closure for them and solving their mystery. And really, I think one of the most interesting things about this is, you know, not just their death. Everybody, you know, the mystery surrounds the death and everything, but I love to look at the photos. And maybe that's because I like to take photos. I take a huge amount of photos. But I think there should be a little more focus sometimes with all these fringe theories and whatnot. They're only focusing on the death. Look at those photos and look at their life. There's just not enough. And I think you know this because you get it as far as their life. And there's just often not enough emphasis put on the fact that this isn't just a cold case and a mystery. These are the lives of young, hopeful, adventurous people. And they died in a really mysterious way, but let's not forget about the life. Let's not forget about, you can see their friendship in the photos. You can see, how joyful they were to be on this trip. And I love, like I said, I love to look at the photos because you can really just see that. And maybe that energy, not to go all metaphysical, but maybe I do believe in energy, after death. And maybe their energy is coming to you. They are kindred spirits with you at this point. And I think it's so remarkable that you're one of the only people that has kind of taken that approach. It's just not about their death. It's also about their life.
Yeah, I always repeat, let's remember them as they lived, for how they lived, for how they hoped.
Yeah.
And because I don't want to go into macabre. I mean, death is death, that's true. But being so close to them, because I know them, I know things about their lives, it keeps them close to me as if they're family and friends. I'm weird, so I once said, don't want to sound so morbid, but Igor Pavlov, my mentor and co-author of the book, he died before even the book was out. Yuri Kuntsevich died. The chief editor of Komsomolskaya Pravda, Sungorkin, who read the book, and Natalia Versegova wrote the first article after he read the book. He also died 10 days after that. So kind of I have so many friends that are already dead, but they're still so close to me that I almost see their faces of the Dyatlov group like, what are they thinking? Why are you doing that? It's like, I imagine them, we know so much that I almost know their character, how they react to this or that. And a lot of things they did and say, it's so contemporary. It's like, it's not contemporary, it just doesn't sound outdated, like they said it, like Krivonishenko wrote poetry, what he said then, it still resonates today. Don't buy stuff, don't think the money is gonna make you happy. Just go on your own, go in nature, go where you're yourself. You don't have to pretend, things like that. I mean, it's in this sense, I'm not citing, quoting, I don't know by heart, and neither I have a good translation for his poetry, how they, well, he wasn't a poet, he just wrote. Then the things, the dynamics, Luda and her moods, Zina and her broken heart, I remember them. Of course,
Yeah.
I don't remember them like bodies. I know it was very, very sudden what happened. It was horrible. All of the pathologists and the Rozróżnienie who made the autopsy report, he said that it was very painful. I have shown autopsies to forensic experts, and all said it was horrible. But kind of I was there for a while. It was horrible. I know it was horrible, but at least I wasn't surrounded by other friends of mine dying. So I know it wasn't like that. I mean, theirs was horrific because they also tried to survive. So, and that's part of life. This is how they felt. Oh, another thing, which is also, I mean, the bear and everything that had happened to me. I have been lost in the in the mountain at night in winter, other times too. It's weird how you react to something like that. You don't train for that. You are not I mean, you're not prepared. You cannot be prepared unless you know some survival things. But at the time of the trauma, when it happens, then there is, and I want to reassure everyone that we're built by the main architect in a way that we have a potential which we have to trust, but we are not even aware how much strength we have before when you're in real danger. And I know by myself that if there is someone to complain or blame, like if Yuri is by my side and I can blame him that we're lost, that we got here unprepared or something like that, that's when you're the weakest. If you have energy to complain and cry and self-pity, that's where you haven't even touched the potential that you have. Because when you're close to, you're on your own, you have to survive, like the bear, you suddenly activate something that is in everyone, unless you're unconscious or drunk or under influence or something. But you have a whole battery that you activate when you have to survive. But there is a big but here. It's a completely different when there is a dynamic, when there is a group. I can't even imagine if there's someone that depends on you, like a kid or someone that's injured, or if you're in a group and a lot of people are dying around you. I have not been in such a situation, thank God for that yet, because I don't know what happens then. Because I have a friend, she's a mountain, she was a mountain guide, and she went with her husband. They were guiding groups, they were leading groups in the mountain. So they got in a really bad weather. Her name was Kalina. And they got in a very bad weather, low visibility, drop in temperature. They knew where they were, but they couldn't move. So there were other tourists too who just huddle and survived. But she saw how her husband, he slipped down into a crevice and died. She saw him dying. And that took her out. She's not trying to survive anymore. I mean, she didn't have to do anything. She just stayed there. They rescued all of them, and she died 3 days after. She lost the will to live. She saw him die, and she lost the will to live. That's something I don't want to go through. So because people say that something like that could have happened to some of the surviving members of the Dyatlov group that saw the rest dying. That because any theory, when you check to the last detail, how died, how, the fact is that many of them died from hypothermia, and that there were ways to survive at least some time longer, and that there were, I mean, at some distance, there were boots and jackets and outerwear and food and skis, and at least even if they were down, they could keep the fire for some time longer, spend some more time in the bivouac. If they were taking clothes off the bodies, they could, pile up more clothes and get to the tent. But none of them survived. So a lot of the people just say, they end up the story, well, the rest lost will to live. Could be. I mean, could be. I don't know. I have never been in such a situation to see someone die. All I know is that Yuri lost it when they told him to be prepared that I'm going to die. He was just sitting outside the hospital crying like Yuri Yudin. I have never seen him cry, never in my life. Never. I didn't see him then either. I just know that. Well, first he tried. It's not because it's not in his nature to cry. What he did is he was crossing a zebra and a vehicle didn't give him the ride. He didn't stop on the zebra. So then Yuri picked up a stone and threw it after the car, and then he cracked. I mean, he lost it, not because of the car, not because the stone didn't hit the car or hit the car. He just lost it and started crying because he was helpless. he couldn't do anything.
Very
So,
overwhelming.
so what I'm saying is that surviving on your own, yeah, well, you can still die, right? You can walk for days and then die, because at some point your strength is gonna fade down. It won't keep up forever. But all I wanted to say is that we all have this potential, these stories about women lifting a car because their kid is underneath, or whatever. You're capable of miracles. You don't know what are you capable of good things, because we're capable of bad things, I'm sure, too,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
given the circumstances. So we don't fully know ourselves, is what I'm saying. And it's really bad that the city and all the environment is making us crazy very incrementally and little by little. Like I feel it. I come back from the mountain where there is real danger, like the bear. Then I come and I start being annoyed by noises. I can't sleep because someone, the alarm, or the neighbor, or there's a construction work on something. And I feel like at some point, given a lot of this annoyance, I mean, I can start confronting people, saying things that are just absolutely unnecessary. It's just, this city is making me crazy. That's why I try to go back to the mountain and meet the bear whenever I can, just to feel the joy of life. I don't know how people, if they go just to work and back and work and back and get drunk and then again, and the wife and the kids and the bad thing about the routine, how they restart, how do you feel the joy that you're alive again? Because it needs something to restart you, a sharp restart, like right away. It can, I can't do the vacation thing, then you need to rest after the vacation.
That is usually true. That is usually
And
true.
piled up some work and some other things that
Need a vacation to recover from your vacation.
right, yeah. But since the expedition, I still have a lot of work. I have to publish, and the photos and the equipment and the samples to meet the experts and talk and everything. It's a lot of work, but it's a different work. One is survival, and covering the distances and pitching the tent and all the things. Then you have the work that you have to do here, and then I told you in 2 days I'm going to another expedition. I just need to change. I just need to change. And this is what the Dyatlov case also needs. I think, truly believe that we need to study the documents and know when. It's not even to know the details. No, I don't know it by heart. That's why I made the site, the searchable site in both languages, so I can compare and look for who said that, where did it come from, who said it first, was he there, was he first, did he see it, or did they comment in the camp afterwards?
Was it secondhand? Did somebody tell him? Did you see it?
A hearsay or what? And then go on location. It's a completely different type of work. So all of us that met there, and I'm going there, God willing, next year, we are thinking what we need to bring and do on location, but we don't stop thinking and working on the case throughout the year. I think this is our interest. It's like a hobby, it's like a sport, it's like something. It keeps us in touch, motivated. It's building up to something, and we're working together. Like when we find things, we share it. We don't look only for things that support one theory. We just go there and find what we see. They help me when I find something. I I analyze it, even though I don't need it for my theory or whatever. And then at night around the campfire, we argue excessively about everything. We we confront each other theories. We find the weak spots and stuff. So that's going on non-stop. But then during the day, we're just in one group, like mountaineers in the together in the mountain, like the Dyatlov group.
True investigators. You are true investigators. You're finding and you're putting out all of the information and discussing it amongst yourselves, because I'm sure there's probably times when someone has a different idea and you think about it and go, oh, you know what, actually that wasn't what I was thinking originally, but now that you say that, that actually makes more sense. You kind of get that real true collaboration thing. And maybe with something like this, would it be fair to say that there's so many layers?
We don't change our opinions. Like, if you believe in one theory,
you own it. You own it? Is that it?
You own it? Well, it's not even like that, but it's at the moment, something else may make you change your opinion on which theory do you favor. Like, sure, Alexenkov is the guru. He's the one that has been to the past more times than anybody else. And he doesn't even care what make them come out of the tent. It's like he's totally blanked out, like whatever they say, rocket something. He's totally obsessed to find out how they died. And the more things he does, like experiments, and he's the one that actually walked in socks in February from the tent to the creek. He's the one that brings all the mannequins and the measures the slope, the avalanche, this and that. He's the most subjective mountaineer. I never even knew what his theory is. This year I saw what is he believes, which is like, it didn't crumble my respect to his like a researcher, but well, first he believed that someone went up the cedar tree and he crushed the people that were staying underneath him when he fell from the cedar tree. And that's how the trauma was inflicted. Then now he positioned mannequins and said that he's looking for a stone that could have actually caused the caved-in skull and the broken ribs, like they slipped and fell on the stones. And then when we met with Karelin, he showed him some snowdrift drawings, schematics that he saw in the creek in winter many years in a row, how much snow it accumulates. So he believes that could crash on top of them and cause the rib fractures. Well, as you can see, everyone is saying things that he believes. It doesn't matter. I found the tree. No one cares about my tree. They help me cut it off, chop it off, poke it. But no one believes more in what I say because we found this thing. They keep believing in their theories. And the thing can, again, only the people that don't have a theory are impressed by my findings. The rest just help me, but they don't change their opinion by what we find. We work together, but everyone is selectively seeing and taking in account only the things that are of interest of him. For example, the one that thinks that he found the labans, all he cares that I found the antlers, because his theory is that they were trampled by deer. I know, but you are not supposed to critique other people's theory, because I was making fun of his theory. Not fun, I was just attacking him by the fire. And then Alexenkov with his dropping people from the cedar tree and causing he just turned to me and said, what is your key point of your theory? But he was like, I saw that he's like confronting me, and he's a very gentle, delicate person. And I was just startled, and I said, well, my key point, and the one that differs from all of yours, is that they didn't pitch the tent there. This is not where they were on the night when they died. And he said, what's your proof? And I got up and went into the tent, and I was offended. And the next morning I said, you don't have the right to tell me this, because no one can prove anything. And he said, no, listen. And he was just smiling. See, you get it. No one can prove anything. So we should not.
I guess that really kind of sums it up, because no one can 100% prove everything. I guess you subscribe to, you look at everything, and then you take the bits and pieces that you agree with, and you form your opinion, and you subscribe to that theory that
I want to say that I'm not there to look for things that confirm, support, prove my theory. I know that we will never agree on a theory. I just found out that there is a lot that the trees and the ground, the earth, and the things inside that can tell us. And I want to be there when we dig them up, when we found them, because it's adventure, it's the journey with these people, and we still can find things. And again, I'm going to publish what everyone got back from this expedition, and everyone says that now he proved his theory. one proved that it's the deer, the other one proved that it's the people dropping from the cemetery.
I'm definitely gonna have to. I'm not big on writing off any one particular thing. Just nope, can't possibly be that. But the deer one is. That one might be a little, even with a good imagination, if you were trampled by deer, there's gonna be some pretty obvious signs.
No, he matches the traumas with the deer hoof and the deer.
Where are the marks from the hooves? Exactly. I mean, and I don't look at it as any like married to anyone theory, because I think there's just so much that still is unknown. But I think it's just so great that there's still more evidence left to be found.
This is the most important thing. Now, because he saw antlers, or he saw a photo of deer, he said, see, they're deer. See, that proves my theory. And I'm like, they're fallen trees. See, that proves my theory.
What's next? The bears did it? I mean, I think that a bear would be more realistic than a deer.
They even have a name for these bears that get they can't go to sleep because they're too hungry, or something woke them up. They're very dangerous. If you see the rule for the summer and for the winter are different regarding bears. In summer, you're making noise for the bear to hear you, but if you wake up a bear in winter, that she's gonna eat you, because she needs the energy. She cannot survive if you wake her up in winter. So in winter, you keep quiet.
The whole hibernation thing. And honestly, in the bear's defense, if I'm sleeping really soundly and somebody makes a bunch of noise and wakes me up, I'm gonna be kind of.
You're gonna eat them up.
I mean,
like that.
I'm not gonna like kill them and eat them or anything, but they're gonna know that I'm not happy. Just saying. I'm just saying.
So everything you see there could have killed them. See, that's the thing, that they're found in so weird different states, and no one tries to actually explain all of the missing, everything, discrepancies. They said that they found the bodies, the tent in different places, that not the Mansi, but the locals found, they say that they found the tent 2 days before the official discovery, and they didn't touch anything. How can this didn't attract any attention?
Yeah, well, and I've also read that in the one letter that the bodies were initially discovered, 5 bodies all lined up next to each other. That was the original way, they were found. It's
That
just,
letter is, I published this letter. This is a letter, but see, we don't know the person who said that. Only the girl that he said
it too, right?
But it's a different thing. I use this letter. I mean, I publish everything that I find relatively reliable or interesting, or maybe something. She's this person who saw the 5 bodies was a geologist. There were 3 geologists that were working there, and that they just saw these 5 bodies, and someone was sifting the snow, and then there were men in black leather jackets, and they came and they said go back, but they wanted to report, so they came again, and then they were escorted to do whatever they're there to do, and then they signed non-disclosure and blah blah. So when that person told the girl all this story, he didn't know who Dyatlov is. So they never actually heard or followed up, only that they saw people handling bodies that were lined up 5 like that. They didn't say that they found the body like that, but they saw the bodies in a different place with people around. And
doing things that are not necessarily consistent.
Well, they were looking for something.
Yeah.
This is how you do when you sift like that. This is when you look for an object.
Right. And well, and in an environment like that, it would also be a really, and I can't help but think it, and it might sound conspiracy, but it's also a really good way to conceal the number of footprints. If you're thinking about snow, and you're moving snow around and you're sifting snow around, you're looking for things, and you could also be covering tracks.
And well, to cover tracks, you have to
one of those other things that gets in the back of your mind, and it might not necessarily be the case, but it's in the back of your mind now, so you can't unthink it.
What about the nurse who washed 5 bodies in the morgue 2 weeks before they were missing? I mean, known to be missing,
right? And that's, another one of those things that, you can't unthink it once you hear it, once you read it, you can't unthink it.
But you cannot unthink it.
Yeah. And I mean, and one of the other things that kind of stuck out to me is, that there are 9 people missing. And, I'm reading, and correct me if I'm remembering it wrong, but they have a few of the bodies that they've discovered. They know they don't have all the bodies that they're looking for, yet they're rushing them onto helicopters, and there's an entourage of people that are going with these bodies, to be transported off the mountain. That seems like an awful lot of people to be sending with so few bodies, when you still need people here looking, because there are more people to be found. You can't help but think, what's the significance here that we are transporting so few bodies with so many people?
I don't get you. Are you talking about the official?
Yeah, I read somewhere that when they initially started when they took the first bodies off the mountain. They took it by helicopter, and there were like 12 individuals that went with these bodies. There was some kind of inspector general type person that went with the bodies. There were investigators with a dog that went with the bodies. It seemed like there were an awful lot of people.
There was the whole search operation was unprecedented. Why send a general and why all these people? Well, I don't know the numbers. I mean, I have to check if I need to, but I don't remember if this is basically the case that there's so many people there present. Usually they fly when the weather allows, because I remember that the bodies were held for a long time by the monument, the Outlier Rock, where the plaque is now installed, because the weather didn't allow them to fly out. And all these people, they were not escorting, they were just shifts of searchers that were changing shifts. I mean, they flew away because they were replaced by others. I don't believe I think they couldn't fit that many people at once. I believe there were fewer, but it's at the official the search works. They always flew in and out provisions and people that needed to be changed. The general and the rest of the important people, the investigators and so on, they flew one or two, not that many extra people. Just the whole operation, and why were some parties were inserting themselves into the search without being called or ordered. No one has documented anyone ordering the convoy from the Yves de Lac to be involved, or the geologists, but they're on location, or the military. At the beginning, only students were sent out, or the sappers with the Shestopalov. They were supposed to build the railway. Why were they 6 people sent to look for bodies, and they didn't do anything? They actually trampled over the 4 bodies that were found only 2 months after them. They just stake out this place where the bodies were and did nothing. There's a telegram saying, order them to use the avalanche probes because the metal detectors are useless here and they're just not doing anything. Just send them away. We don't need them, because they were doing nothing. So there were so many people at this location that Igor Pavlov, the co-author of the book, our book, he made he tracked how many people were there according to the documents at all time, and there were always more than 30 people. But the problem is that if you follow the list of names, they were coming and going like 4 or 5 people at all time that no one knew who they were, because the students were working with army people, and the army didn't know the students, vice versa, so they don't know each other. So they didn't know if a stranger or a third party is present, just because they didn't know who is giving the orders, who sent who is there, why is he there. They just, right, well, they were already, we went there, the students say, when we landed, there were already people with black leather jackets. We don't know who they were. All this secrecy and the KGB and so on. So what our theory is about the local bosses, the local leaders of all of the infrastructure, the party, the Yves de Lac, the geologists, all of them. They had access to all of the airplanes, helicopters, to the locals, to the everything. They could come and go at any time. They could take bodies in wooden boxes because the geology instruments and equipment and the core samples and the stones, the mines, they were transported in wooden boxes. Even the pilots could not know what are they transporting, because they just lift big boxes, heavy boxes, and they take them away. And even we believe that when they were first found, it was 3 weeks before they were officially found. They were transported normally like bodies, like victims, like accident, because you remember that the file case has a date on the cover, 6th of February, and they were found missing on the 21st, 22nd, 23rd. So who was asking questions on February 6th? I believe there was a group that died, and they start asking questions about the weather. This is why these documents is there. At the beginning, they were asking questions about a different route, because there was a group, Shunkov's group, who was in the area, and one of the these other groups members was from Pulunochne, which is one of the villages in the area. So they thought this is the bodies are from this group, because they all knew about this group. They didn't know about the Dyatlov group. This is why they sent first the searchers. The information was that they went to Burmantu. This is the other group that went to Burmantu. And we believe that they found some bodies. They presumed it's Shunkov's group, and they didn't expect any search operation of this scale. They just moved the bodies to the morgue, as they usually do, and we cite other cases of people died in the mountains. Usually they're cleaned up. A pathologist looks for foul play. If there's no signs of something that needs autopsy, they're just left for identification and burial, usually at the location, the nearest cemetery where they died. Doesn't matter how important is your daddy, you get buried there. And we cite other cases from these years. Now, suddenly, with this group, we have a massive search, Khrushchev involvement. So the local bosses, they already have bodies in the morgue, not all of the bodies. They're confused whose bodies are these bodies, and they knew that there is going to be an investigation that they haven't heard of, a massive investigation. So this is the only people that had the means and were on location that could arrange moving the bodies back and moving the bodies in general. And without being the killers, why would you move the bodies? The only, other reasons is to just dump the bodies so you are not related, your name is not attached to the case, like they don't question you why were they dead there, and who had this reason not to want the bodies to be dead near something that he was doing. Only the geologists were working there, and we don't believe the geologists knew anything. It's just it dawned on their boss Sulman later on that he's going to be questioned. He's working there, he hasn't found all the bodies.
Right. Yeah. And it kind of lends weight to that whole staged scene. Kind of
hold for a sec. Just give me a sec.